I don't know if I need to do something.
He is not. Oh, that was immediately part of our recording. And you can tell me.
Delay.
I know. Yep. There shouldn't be anybody wanting to get into the Zoom meeting today.
It's going for public information.
No. Okay, we are broadcasting, we are recording. We are missing Mr. Lomax, who I did send on an errand to get me a carafe of coffee and a cup. I feel like since I sent him on a task, I should wait for him.
Good, that gives me time to get them, right?
Yeah, that wasn't in here at the time, and I want my own. I'm very important. Oh, and Darren.
We're recording live.
We're recording and broadcasting.
You all be very discreet.
I sent you. Where's my coffee?
I told them, they said that they were bringing. I said the chair recorded we requested one, and they said, okay, well, there's some nice to have a chair. I don't know.
Thank you.
As long as I can, so.
That's not fair. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Okay, the time is 11:47. It is Sunday, March 3rd. This is the Libertarian Party of Indiana State Central Committee post-convention meeting. We are called to order. Mr. Secretary, would you like to call the roll?
Chair McMahon is here, Secretary Soltis is here, Vice Chair Alexander.
Here.
Treasurer Schultz.
Here.
D1 Schiff. Here. D2 Cocolard.
Here.
D3 Avery.
Christie. Here.
D4 Lundy. D5 Schillings.
Here.
D6 Lomax.
Here.
D7 Glass.
Here.
D8 is vacant. D9 Kinzer. Here. And there are currently no directors, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 members present. Please show, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Appointment of timekeeper, Mr. Kinzer, can you be the timekeeper? Thank you, sir. Reports of officers. We're going to do this really brief. Most of these are just introductions, as you'll see on the agenda. Oh, adoption of agenda. I'm sorry. Is there any motion to amend?
Yeah, I moved to amend the agenda to affiliate and temporary chair of Green County between B and C of new business.
Any objection to adding the appointment of a temporary chair for Greene County to the agenda?
I will second.
Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, the agenda is amended. Are there any other amendments to the agenda? How much time do you need for that, actually?
2 minutes.
Okay,
Green 27.
Yeah. yes. Any other amendments to the agenda? Any objection to the agenda as amended? Hearing none, the agenda is adopted. You'll notice under the district intros, officer reports, they're all limited down to 2 minutes. This is mostly just an intro as opposed to reports. I just gave a big report yesterday, kind of twice. I don't think we need any major reports right now. This is an intro period. I'm your chairman, Evan McMahon. If you need anything, please come to me. Your county parties should be coming to you first before they try to reach out to another member of the executive team. They can go like to Mr. Schulteis if they have a finance reporting question, they can bypass and just go to him, but it's good for you to be looped in on it so that you know the answer to the question in the future and then can help in that regard. As a matter of case in point, one of Mr. Kinzer's county treasurers contacted me Thursday, not the best time in the world to be contacting me, asking questions about his campaign finance report. And I said, talk to your district rep or reach out to Mr. Schulteis. I am not the guy today, and I am pretty much never the guy to ask about your finance forms. Finance law, yes. The actual filling out the form, I'm not your guy. Okay, so that's it. Madam Vice Chair.
Kristen Alexander, I'm the vice chair. I will help you and work with you to get your unaffiliated counties affiliated. That is a big push that we are making this year again. You can always reach out to me by email or text. I will respond within 24 to 60.
Business hours or just 24 hours?
Yeah. I'm doing business.
Okay. Mr. Treasurer. I do want to ask one question. Sorry, Mr. Treasurer, Mr. Schulteis. We did file a report on time though, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. Otherwise, you're paying the fine. Mr. Secretary.
I am Clayton Schultz. I'm the secretary, started last year. Basically email me. Christian does a lot of the, original leader does a lot of membership things, but I do have access to Civi and some of the, a lot of the membership information. I'm learning Civi. I definitely have about minutes and if you have questions about accounting or people, I want to be the resource to people when they join the party or share these information, you know, think low level questions that Evan might not know. You might not have time to, Evan might not have time to address, but I do know. So, Secretary.
District 1, Mr. Schick.
And these are just introductions.
Yep.
I'm Jen Schick, District 1 rep. Pleased to say that in District 1, we only have 3 counties, but at least we have 100% affiliation. All 3 of our counties are
Yay.
affiliated, and have been for some time. And I've got a great set of county chairs in District 1. Yeah, if anybody has any questions about that, they can contact me, District 1 at LPN.org.
And all 3 of your district or your county chairs were at the convention.
Yeah.
Which was awesome. District 2, Ms. Kokelard.
My name is Elizabeth Cook-Fuller. This is going to be my 4th term as District 2 representative of 4 affiliated counties. We have a bunch of candidates that are running this year, the congressional candidate, and I think we have 3 state rep candidates currently. I'm really excited.
Thank you, Ms. Kokelard. And you can reach our district, I'll save everybody the trouble. For district reps, your email address, the email address to reach district reps is district and then their number at lpin.org. District 3, Ms. Avery.
I'm Christy Avery. I've been in charge of the 3rd district for quite some time. I hopped on because I noticed that our district did not have a representative. And so Joe Hotman appointed me and I've been stuck here ever since, even though the entire board has pretty much
Changed.
turned since I've been there, except for maybe Michael. I think Michael has been here longer than me. But I've contacted all across the state. I am happy to donate or help out events across the state. So you have any questions, reach out to me. I may know the answer. If not, I'll bug Evan until I get the answer.
True story. District 4, Mr. Lundy.
Daniel Lundy, District 4 from Morgan County. District 4 ranges from District 1, basically down to Indianapolis. So there's quite a bit to it. I'm also on the data team, so we do a lot of the numbers crunching for voter data and things like that. So if you need any of those things, I'm trying to reach out to District 4, they'll be on in. So.
I don't do whispering through now.
District 5, Ms. Shillings.
Lauren Schillings,
And the lady?
I'm in Henry County myself as a chair.
Supposed to be outside at noon. Can you make sure she makes her way in here?
Okay, yeah.
She's gonna be giving a presentation to us.
Okay.
Promotional thing for writing, if you have a county affiliate that needs those type of sort of thing, please feel free to email me, I'll squeeze it in my schedule and I'm done.
District 6, Mr. Lomax.
Luke Lomax, I'm from Hancock County, live in Greenfield. This will be my 2.5 half.
Half.
Because I was appointed by a little midway through a cycle, so, I love my district. I have, gained a lot of contacts in the Libertarian Party in Vienna, this year and last year. And we're really good at raising funds in untraditional means. So, there's a couple of things that we're going to be experimenting with, and I'm hoping, eventually to be able to know enough and be able to do enough that we'll have some sort of AI team, on the SEC, makeup of members. And, I think that's gonna be my biggest focus over the next year. So if you want to experiment with that stuff with me and you're interested in giving me tips if you got them or learning what I'm doing, hit me up. My number is everywhere. And all you have to do to email me is click on my district on the map on the FBI website.
Sure, that work.
It works. It works from my phone, it works from my computer.
It's not on the website.
That's shocking. They must have just done that.
You make me look to change that this morning.
Right before ending his tenure midnight last night, Mr. Hayden fixed it.
District 7, Ms. Glass.
I'm Elizabeth Libby Glass. Please call me Libby. I'm new to District 7. I took over for Adam. He's got large shoes to fill, and I'll do my best. So I'm learning. If I have questions, don't be surprised. I will have nothing in town. I'm very calm with this. And it's set for this meeting.
She's awesome. Probably people have to think her.
Yeah.
You did that really well too. You were like, you did this. You were like, I don't like my picture being taken. And you did it in like a non-aggressive way. Yeah, it was great. District 8 is vacant and I have no intention of filling that vacancy until District 8 holds their own district convention. I will not be appointing anybody to fill that seat. They are going to need to elect somebody to fill it and get their house in order. In that meantime, or in the meantime, not the meantime, which is the Evans Standard Time, but in that time frame, the vice chair will be coordinating communications with the SCC and the affiliated counties of that district. District 9, she stepped up. It's actually us. It's also in the bylaws.
Yeah, it's also the.
District 9, Mr. Kinzer.
I'm Darren Kinzer from just my second term as the District 9 rep. I'm still inexperienced and learning. Allowed to do that this year.
Is he having another meltdown?
I might be having one now. Outside of that, I took the role over from Greg when he decided he wanted to go in a different direction, and it's big shoes to fill, and I'm trying to learn every day to fill those shoes and hope I can do a good job and get to the point where I can start enough to be able to make a difference.
And I just recognize Mr. Hirsch in the room because the different direction he went in was he became the Region 3 alternate. And thank you for filling that role, sir. Appreciate you.
It happened originally, but then it did, and by the way, I am running for re-election.
So that was that. I don't think our presenter is here yet. And I guess I should probably not keep my phone muted.
Yeah.
in case. Uh, Okay, any objection, because our presenter is not here, to moving the switchboard office space to table that until she comes, or we bring it back up off the table, or she's here now. She's here now. Yay! Never mind. That was perfect. Yay! Okay. Dance. We're actually on that item on the agenda. So this is Emily. Emily is one of the co-founders of Switchboard, which is a shared workspace in downtown Indianapolis that me and District 3 Rep Ms. Avery were able to tour last Saturday. It's also the home for We Are Libertarians and Chris Spangle's podcasting network. She doesn't know this, but Chris said if we're there, we get unlimited use of his podcast space. So as long as we're there, yeah. She doesn't know that. That's just, I think they're doing something with the other tenants, but we get unlimited access to it as long as we're tenants at Switchboard. So
Can you put people after me?
Emily, I didn't say it. Vanessa. Vanessa. So I'm going to ask Emily if you'd like to tell us a little bit about Switchboard, the facility, kind of the amenities as well, anything that you think the board should know about the place, and then we'll open it up for questions. Do try to be brief. This is a long meeting.
Yeah. Like, how long have y'all been here?
We just started about 15-20 minutes ago. So
Good. Switchboard is a co-working space in Fountain Square. If you're not familiar with the Fountain Square neighborhood, it's on the near southeast side of downtown. It's kind of right where 65 and 70 come together, so it's great transit access really from the whole state. It's a pretty vibrant neighborhood with lots of shops, restaurants, bars, good places to go in and out. We started 7 years ago with one building. We rehabbed a building, a church that had been abandoned for a while in the neighborhood. It has 22 private offices, open workspace. There are about 130 businesses that are connected to it in some way. So either they come in just for a laptop and work in open space, or they have a private office. We have 2 conference rooms in that space that are available for our members to use. 24/7 access, on-site parking. We do a lot of member events that are just like happy hours or lunches where people have a chance to kind of get to know each other. But for a lot of people, it's this kind of life-giving way to get out of your house and not have all your, even just all your business mail, but your meetings and things like that in a more professional environment. And we really strive from the beginning. The words we use are warm professional. It should be a place that anybody can come in. We have a very wide variety of people that are in there. We're about 50% women owned businesses, 30% minority owned businesses, which is, I think, unique in the co-working world. So it's a pretty diverse group of, I think, super interesting people. In November, we opened our second location, which is actually where the podcast studio is going to be. The office that we're looking at for you all is in that original location. Second location opened in just a block, 100 steps away. I walk them back and forth all day, every day. Same kind of amenities. It has 3 more conference rooms, including one that's even 2, which is a great option for big meetings like this. And it has the same sort of open workspace, 35 private offices over there, including Chris's podcast studio now. Full kitchen, big dining. So as an office member, which I'm hoping that you all become, you do get, again, anybody that you need to add to that membership is welcome to. We start you on your leave. It's very informal. It's just me. We always say, whatever someone comes in at, that's what your price is for as long as you're there. So your lease is not going up. It's very all-inclusive, so all the utilities, high-speed internet, etc. You get 10 free hours of conference room space, so the ability to use on your phone. That's free every month. You can work additional hours at $25 an hour. They book the 15-minute increments. The other thing that I didn't state, in the second space, this is really important to us. We opened up a little childcare center. So just from 9 to 12. We couldn't be a full day here. We can't hit all the regulations, but we wanted to provide some support for people who have their kids at home. So We have that, staff 79 flow every day, so that's also good for the members. We also have kind of an older kids sort of place where they can be if they end up coming with mom and dad or caregiver work. And that's how to sit and parents. Both on iPad. So we really strive to be family friendly. We've got some kids that are homeschooling there that come in and we're gonna course to see if it's powered out. Any questions for me? Overview of creative.
I guess I have about the conference space.
Yeah.
We have a monthly meeting, so would we be able to hold a monthly meeting like that? Say the third Saturday and every.
Yeah.
You took it.
You can just book it and you can book a recurring reservation.
Okay.
And we'll look for the 9 people. This is our average rate. How many are they?
18 right now.
I would say the biggest conference room seats 22. Sometimes, and this is where you were at Chris's podcast,
Yeah.
where we can use the open space.
Yeah.
So the co-working space will. So either, so if you end up getting bigger.
When I was in the room, it's 22 seated at the table. There is space along the wall, just like we do right now. So it will accommodate the board plus guests. Now, if like we have something like we had the emergency November meeting in case of the SOS thing, we wouldn't do that there anyway. We would do that in a larger, well, actually, we probably would try to do it in the co-working space. We could do that there then, because that's for the. They would be if we were in the main hall, but we could go upstairs to the office.
Yeah.
To have the executive session.
Is there enough room for an executive session?
Yeah, we could, in the office space that we were looking at actually getting, we could fit the entire board standing in the room. We wouldn't be able to sit. Or we could, if we needed to go to executive session, we could look and we could say, nobody's in the conference room right now. I can, on the app, lock the conference room for us for that time.
Everything is, it's pretty near to these whiteboards.
If you second space, either come online or. So you're renting a space at. One location, gives you access to the conference room to the other, perfect with the second bed.
Absolutely, yeah, everyone goes back and forth.
So our office would be in one building, but we would have access to all of the amenities. It's twice as big. It's about twice as big as the office that I use at my house. I do.
That's a large bedroom.
Yeah. You could fit a king bed and furniture in there.
The team that was in there before was a team of 10 and they had a kind of and they were not all in there all the time. Anyone went, but they're property managers. So they had a round table that they did. They used to do two couch and board in that space. So it's workable for that. If you will, our website is www.switchboardindy.com. You can see a lot of pictures of the space.
And
conference rooms are on there.
I think I remember hearing you say that you were working on another location. Is that correct? Oh, okay, just kidding.
Just
Okay. Well, hurry up.
The 145 square foot. hall is downtown. That's
Yes.
locked, that's reserved for us the entire time we're renting.
There's a glass door on it right now, and she said she'll take that down and put a full wooden or solid door on it.
But I just want to
I don't
make
work
sure, like, it's
kids.
a secure location.
Yes.
It's not a shared.
No,
space.
it is ours. It has our name on the door. Yeah.
On a first come, first served basis, or is there some kind of
Yeah.
rank system?
No.
No. It's our office space 24/7. And each of you guys, if you're in Indy and need to drop in and work, you would have the co-working space 24/7. Yeah. Yeah.
And I would have.
Yeah.
access to the office.
Yeah.
I do
Yes.
that all.
Me and you, the executive team would have keys to the actual office. Everybody else would need to schedule time in the office.
Right.
You could do that in the main area.
Do what?
But I'm saying you could book club. Yes.
Yeah. we could do like-
In that building, there's one that Like a normal board.
You can send it
And then
on
a
the phone.
smaller size.
From my-
So it has
Yeah.
couches and chairs.
Okay.
In there. Same with Wi-Fi. Yeah.
So clearly there's a key or key code to get into our office. Is there like a key or key code to get into the co-working space that
Yeah.
everyone has?
I was gonna say, so I just.
It's an app.
It's on the app, so there's just these, I mean, these are the doors and just snap a circle and it unlocks the door. So anybody who needs that can have that, yeah, and then I have access. So these are, or people that are in the space. So is there?
High speed.
Rooms are booked.
Is it Wi-Fi?
Okay, Steve.
That is actually a
We
question.
do have fiber. I will tell you, we actually have. Key last. We have Spectrum and AT&T.
Yeah.
And they come in and waves into the building and they seamlessly energy. So we don't.
Is it-
we Never ever drop.
So question, specifically in the office space,
Yep.
is it wired or
We
Wi-Fi?
have both.
Okay.
So every office has the Ethernet.
Nice.
So you'll have at least, I'm thinking of that one. There are at least 2 wired devices in there.
Okay,
There might be 3.
we only need the one because then we got to put a switch in.
Does everybody have a printer or is it a?
We have a shared printer. Oh, thank you for saying that. So all printing, scanning is where it's.
It's included.
Yes. Yeah. What I promised her that we will not be doing our bulk printing that we do on that. We will be using our printer for that. And actually, we looked at 2 different spaces, and one of the spaces, which is actually in the building that Chris is in, is roughly the same size, and I did kind of like the layout of it better. However, there's a step stair to it that we would not be able to fit the printer through. The company that would come and move it for us, the Canyon River Bridge or whatever, they would, it's, the printer's too wide. That kind of shot that down because part of the reasoning for wanting to have this is to put those resources into some space that's controlled by the party and not just in my spare bedroom. But so that was, so I did actually kind of measure that to make sure that the printer would be able to fit through those spaces so that we would have our printer and paper on so that we can do our, the things that we need. Yeah. Ms. Schillings.
You be having, if districts wanted to have a district meeting there, or if individual counties in our district wanted to have a professional environment for the meeting rather than at a bar or a restaurant.
My earmuffs, you don't want to hear this, maybe. Any district rep or member of this board that wants to organize something at the facility, not in the LPIN office space, but at the facility, doesn't need approval from the board to do it. You do it, you schedule it, as long as it does not eat up our conference time for that month. That's my only caveat. Or to say, send a thing to me saying, hey, Mr. Chair, I'd like to do this. I want to use the conference space. I would be using our month or 10 hours this month. Do you have any plans for that this month? Or to say, I'd like to have the additional time funded for our meeting. But so as long as it's not going to take away our conference space time, do use it because I want us to use our 10 hours. I just don't want us to end up going over unless you agree to pay for it type of thing.
Same question?
Yeah. Yes, actually, it was actually what I talked to her about was could we host events for Dawn Rainwater?
Well, I mean, there's some big workspace brainstorming time.
Yeah. I would say we would not give them direct access to come in, but they would have to come in with one of us to do it. We would need to be on facility with them.
Doing, Jeff Moore, SWOT analysis or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, it's whiteboards that
Yeah.
I see here would be very useful.
Yeah.
It's a central location, you don't have to be a 70 pounds in a month.
Yeah.
He's got the pictures.
Yeah.
Remind me the overage cost,
I'm gonna
like if we use it, it sounds like we're gonna use our 10 hours, $25.
That's only for the conference room.
Yes. Okay.
So the co-working space, which is the big, and it's a huge space and there's actually like a raised bar and it's really not, that's 24 and we don't pay anything extra for that. The conference space that we book, we get 10 hours a month. Anything over that is 25 per hour.
Yeah.
Which is still cheaper than any other facilities.
Like, take that. We're listing the vent in there, so we're shutting it down.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
everything for members is at price related for the general public, and anybody, and we do have a lot of people. Who don't Just rent, $50 an hour or.
Yeah.
At the least they have to rent is $150 an hour and $75.
And we talked about holding a fundraiser type event for the party or for like Don Rainwater. I specifically said if Don Rainwater is our nominee, which he is now, so I can say our candidate. We can do that. I did say that we would give notice ahead of time because some of the people that are in the facility are things like therapists and stuff like that. And so we want to make sure that we're being respectful and not, so they need to have a little notice ahead of time too, that we might have.
Those kind of
Big event.
events we have to.
Yes.
Because it's shared space, we have that. It's not
It's a lot of people, right?
Yeah.
a lot of people, and so like, we only do events like that twice a month. It's something we're committed to, and we've done it.
Yep.
Now, how is the parking?
So we have on-site parking for, I think we have 35 dedicated spots that belong to us. It's free neighborhood street parking. We also have an agreement with a church that is kind of category, it's about 114 steps, I think. That we have 25 members. So they give out money. They use it obviously Wednesday night and always Sunday, so it kind of depends on that, but we just have it's a written agreement that they agree to let us use for that. So if you have something that's bigger than that, we generally check in with the area businesses, the KCH. So we have relationships with all those people, and it tends to be me walking up with conversation.
And I'll say,
Yeah.
so when I was talking to Emily was the one who actually mentioned holding the candidate events and things like that. They're very receptive. Like she said, there has to be approval for it because of the other tenants. Make sure that it's not, harming their business. But she said it's not something that will be an automatic no. It's making sure that it's feasible for the other tenants in the building. She wants us to hold our fundraisers there.
I want you to hold her that.
Yeah.
It's just, we committed to our whole community that we only do those sort of big things twice a month.
Mr. Schick.
Just, for example, with the house space, they actually 25 bucks an hour for that. Is there a storage space? So if we have a bunch of boxes, we have to store something for the weeks. It's all a locker, or it's temporarily, or.
It's in,
Yeah, she did inform the guy who has multiple storage units in multiple states that they do also have storage units, but I have committed to not getting any more storage units for myself.
we have
So
a building just around here. Separate business, but I'm just saying.
I don't see the need for us to use that as long as we've got Mr. Nolan's space. We'll just keep that stuff there for now.
That's not good. I use that as a selling point for him to possibly donate towards this effort. It's like-
Did you? Okay, well, I didn't agree to that.
What are the storage fees? Smallest storage.
I don't know. So it's called Indie Storage Solutions, if you want to look it up and see. I'm not even sure it's available.
I mean, it's right near the
Yeah.
space too. That would be super convenient.
And there's even sizes.
Yeah.
I oversee finance and strategy for a collection of companies, and one of them is a staging company that has a use event that is $6.8.
$70.
$70 a month?
I have to move all the stuff.
He really is. Thank
I'm
you.
totally moving my stuff. How many units do you have?
You can drive in.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You're obviously.
Oh, mine's 10 by 10.
I asked 'cause we've never
So
had that.
that's still cheaper.
Very.
Right, but I'm saying like my 10 by 10 is $168.
Like that, everyone comes up with stuff. So I asked a couple of people, because I'm like, we've never done anything like that. And it's like, yeah, and you say yes to everyone, and just knowing that that's kind of the purpose of our space always. That's not just the libertarian, it's a Democrat or Republican, you'd be okay with that. You'd have to say yes to everybody. I like that.
Yeah, no, that's good. We like that.
It's very libertarian.
It's very.
We're also super good.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, you'd be the first somebody to have an office like that, like, can't think of any reason why not, and we do have people who work for the Republican Party and the Democratic Party in there, so.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
they beat me to those states, right?
Yeah.
Not for long, we'll be joining our party soon, but
Yeah.
we can talk about that.
We don't let anyone, I always say, we don't let anyone put signage up outside.
Yeah.
Like anything, like, we don't let anyone at all. And, again, because I think as soon as people, I really, is a high goal of mine, that literally anyone who walks into this space goes like, oh, I could be here.
Mhm.
It's okay for me. And I think at this point, literally anyone you can imagine, come in and find someone who looks like them.
Mhm.
And so, and who have beliefs and values like that. I think there's no like real prevailing. Whatever.
So it's not getting outside the building, but like signage.
You can have your signage all of your walls and your.
But, like, on the doors.
On the door.
On your, yeah, we will have libertarian party GM will be on your wall.
Mhm.
And we just tell, like, we operate with a whole lot of trust for,
Mhm.
like.
Yeah, she told me, hang everything up on the walls that you want, don't worry about it.
I mean, if you were a hate group, then I'd say at that point, we'd say no. And I realized when you start getting into all this sort of dicey, whatever.
Who defines it?
Who defines, yes, I mean, it just
I'm
becomes.
sorry?
Who looks kind of right next to them?
Right, I was like, I would have to say no to that. And so but I don't know how, we're not in that space, but I think generally our posture needs to be, yes. and-
Definitely no.
And
Mhm.
so.
It's part of the best, you probably mentioned about alcohol policy, or is it up to us and how we utilize that respectfully?
We always say, so I know that, like, you don't even have to get an alcohol permit if you're an invite only to event, and so we generally encourage people to issue invites for your event.
We legally can't do that, by the way. We legally can't do that. We have to have it. We have to, because no, we can have private events. It's because of our insurance policy. No, we can have closed events, but because of our insurance policy, we can't be hosts of any event that serves alcohol that's not licensed. That's our insurance policy. Yeah.
If someone who wants to get an alcohol license.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we.
So I had one too for that very reason.
Go get that. Permit, access permit. You have to, like, we always say we have to have license for teams, but it's not that important.
Yeah, no,
It's so powerful online.
yeah. Don't serve people who are drunk. Pass, yay.
In 7 years, not ever had an issue. And I just think people generally, when you trust them to do some stuff, they do. And so.
Okay. Do you guys want to have the conversation now? Or do you have more questions for Emily?
Don't have any more questions for him.
The one thing that I will say is that the lease that you have in front of you is a 1-year lease, but the online version, because this is the printed one, the online version that I could execute is month to month with the same caveat that it does not increase.
Yeah.
So as long as we're tenants, our rent doesn't ever go up. Biden and Trump become president and VP. And, prices skyrocket, we're locked in. Yes.
Yeah.
Basically, it basically is just a benefit to us for in the event we want to leave.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be breaking a long-term lease at that point.
And we've done that. I feel like people in this situation, their circumstances change a lot. You're not buying a building. And so you don't know what your situation is going to be here from.
Is there criteria for eviction?
I mean, I'm gonna say probably basic, like, right?
Like setting fire defense, yeah.
Probably.
Don't hurt people.
Don't pay, yeah.
Please do, and we have so if you read through the operating agreement that we have, it's kind of like, it is really going to go right.
Right.
To make this isn't working, and if you are, for us, we would say, and again, we haven't faced this, so, but if you were disrupting other people's quiet enjoyment space,
Yeah.
Mhm.
and that's.
Because other people are there working. So like, it's incumbent,
Everybody's green.
Don't keep it in the office.
what? Oh, no, it's universal. You're new, you're new. You're new.
I would say, so here are situations where we have had to ask someone to leave, someone was living there. That was just their rent, they decided it, and so, but it was not even, they were a coworker, they were living in conference room, so every night the conference room would be locked, and they're living there, showering back in.
I think you did mention that to me.
Unacceptable. You know, there's really appropriate use of the space, that's all.
And it would be, I think the biggest concern that we would have would be somebody that's there because of us acting inappropriately and doing something. And honestly, that is our personal responsibility. If you as a district rep have requested that time and you're doing something there, that's on you as the district rep to make sure that people are behaving themselves and being polite and courteous and respectful to the other tenants and the facility itself. As a board, for our total events, it's likewise, we're responsible for those. And you guys know, I have no problem telling somebody to get out if they're being disruptive or rude, and then I cancel the membership.
That would be the case for every business that's in there, and everybody has, I mean, we have property managers, we have defense attorneys, we have people who deal with volatile.
Yeah.
There's a lot of grace and things are humans. We can't be responsible for them, but we have a lot of conversation if there's an issue, if there's ever an issue in any way, we come into Evan having a conversation about it. And we come from there.
Any other questions for Emily?
Just, I mean.
Again, I'm calling to that because I can't remember your last name for the life of me.
Vanette.
Please feel free to call me, but.
And that's how that's literally what she said to me, was call me Emily. So now I can't remember her last name. Vanessa.
Okay. I'm sure it's an issue based on what you said, but it's just in the context. If the premises become or remain vacant or deserted for a period of 15 consecutive days, if it's April of 2025, that you are permitted to, without prior notice of demand, terminate the lease if the premises become and remain vacant or deserted for a period of 15 consecutive days. If it's April of 25, we might go a period of 30 or 45 days.
You might, but I'll be.
Yeah, no.
You've been there.
But do you mean the place being empty or just not being there?
I can swing by.
Yeah.
I did not know that was. There's people that I haven't seen in 4 years.
Yeah, there's literally a guy that has a desk that he doesn't ever come in, but it's his desk.
I love that.
Yeah. And it's weird too, because you look and everybody else has like their monitors up and they've got like photos and they've got a lock on their filing cabinet,
It's
and
not a
his
concern.
is abandoned.
He dead, but then he did come in, and so, but he updates payment information regularly, comes out every month. But, yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that our lawyer updates it every once in a while, was like, here, we do not use that lease except for people who need it for their businesses.
Mhm.
Because otherwise we just online.
So that is a question. If the lease, can we print a copy of the lease executed on the app? Okay, cool. Because we would have to turn that into the insurance company.
People generally prefer this, and
Yeah.
it's just the kind of.
Yeah.
Version.
Any other questions? Here's my question to the board. Do we want to take action now and have Ms. Vest step out of the room? Vanessa, do you want to keep her in the room? What do you guys want to do?
Yeah.
It's okay. Just for,
I am a board chair as well. So, happy to hear. We'll bring it to you in a bit.
Thank you.
That's good. My person's in there.
It was Chris Spangle's podcasting network event that I literally was like, I need to get out of the house pre-convention, have a good time that's not party related, go do something fun with people, And Chris has got this thing going on that it was the first day, it was the first event. And I was like, I want to go support Chris Spangle in this new venture. And we went there. And I didn't know what it was. I had no idea what the facility was.
I actually reached out to him ahead of time. I go, do you think that this would be a good place to host SCP meetings? I wasn't even thinking about an office. I'm just like, we need a place to have our.
And that's what I thought too. And she said they had a conference space. I was like, cool, maybe we could rent it when we're doing our every other month in-person meeting. And then she's, started talking about the other spaces and everything. And then she showed us a few of them. And I was like, and one of the funny things that sparked the thought for me was we had just printed the convention brochures. And I thought I had the 11x17 card stock that was 80 pound, which is it's firm, but it's bendable and it doesn't crack when you fold it. The day we went to print those, I discovered I did not have 80 pound. I had 120 pound that was jamming in the printer. And so I had to call Printing Partners, who we used to do a lot of print work through, and said, can you save my ass and give me 11x17 short grain, 80 pound cardstock? And they said, yeah, we'll have it for you in an hour. Come pick it up at 16th Street. So on the west side of town. And so we went down there and picked it up. And, it was $60. But they cut it for us and everything was great. And I was like, but here's the problem. I have so much paper. And that was my paper. That wasn't party paper. And I don't know where the party's paper is and where my paper is. And it's all so much of it that I don't even know what I actually have. And I thought that we could have been screwed. I know, it's fine. We could have been screwed if Printing Partners would not have been able to help us. The covers to the paper would have been printed on plain paper, which wouldn't have been the end of the world, but it would have. But it started me thinking about what happens when I die.
Right.
Yeah.
Not just that, or we reach, but we go on vacation to look.
Or you move or what, yeah.
It will be dead.
All of the files, everything is in my house or in Mr. Nolan's shed.
All parties before to be in the office, and I think, like, Kristen can access it if you went on vacation with Eric, for example.
No, she wouldn't. She can't get into my house.
So that's what I mean.
Oh, at the office, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I like the concept, I wish we could.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I don't want to formally call the question, but I feel like the room is in agreement on this. I don't have to vote on
I do have a question,
it. Okay, yeah.
because I've not seen the budget numbers from last year, but we do on last year's budget. It's hard to make a good financial decision like this.
Yeah, so
I mean, I know how much it is.
Yeah.
But if we screwed up our budget last year.
we didn't spend everything that we had intended to spend,
Right.
but we didn't raise everything. So we ended the year,
Essentially one sale of
the entire year. Yeah, yeah.
So.
And I still have 2 or 3 companies that I'm trying to get to purchase the list again from. But the horrible thing is that the 3 companies all had switchovers at the beginning of the year with new people who are not responsive because they haven't gotten the request yet from a Republican or Democrat candidate yet. Once they get them, then they're going to reach out and be like, oh my God, how do we get the voter list? And I'll be like, well, there's a rush processing fee.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It is a month-to-month lease online, but what if you could theoretically, if I had a large donor, could pay for a year in advance?
Hold on a second. But you're right, but I want to ask the question without mentioning the person's name. Did the person say how much they were going to sponsor or commit to? But they said they were interested in increasing their current giving?
It's amenable
Okay,
To getting something.
versus buying a building.
yes.
Yeah.
I thought this was a much better idea.
Okay.
But I didn't get deep into the details.
I also want to put out to create a building fund. And I talked to Michael Schulteis about 2 funds that I'd like to have authorized today. One being the building fund and one being a candidate support and recruitment fund. And that those funds, if we set up a recurring monthly contribution tier for those, they go into that. And that's where the money for those line items come out of, but nothing else can come out of them.
Right.
Mr. Schulteis.
Typically, our sale of above list is $500. Chair did get one of our.
They tried to figure out how I did that.
For this particular project, and sport though.
The voter list? No, no, the building fund would.
It would all fund for the district's office and or any remainder with us.
It would stay into the for, or getting another location or storage unit or anything else that would be building operation fund. Yep. Not paper, not printers.
Because Evan doesn't plan to continue to pay for multiple storage units.
I don't have any storage units holding the party stuff. The 7 storage units that I have hold my stuff.
We didn't have one of those first panels that I had, that had things in it.
It did.
Wire or something, I don't know if that's still available.
No, that went away a long time ago because Chris got rid of it. That's Greg's Nolan stuff.
That's all, that's Mr. Nolan's
Yeah.
house.
Yeah.
It was not a large storage unit.
No, it was like a 5x5. Miss Avery.
Have you looked at other co-working spaces in Indianapolis to compare prices?
So I did actually, before we ever came to this, I had looked at them in the fall. Because I thought we were going to need some space for this 2024 election cycle. And 1, this is unbelievably cheaper. And 2, none of them have 24/7 access. They all have just extended business hours, which end at like 7:30 or 8 o'clock, and you cannot hold events there. Ever.
Yeah, even if there's something like $100 cheaper, I think it'd be hard for us to find a better policy.
I
Yeah.
do like that this one has an actual open space there. It's really great pictures.
And the 2 buildings, like I doubt that they're 100 feet apart. It was less than a minute and a half walk. It's the building next door. Like it's the walk from door to door.
The only negative is there are a lot of steps.
There are. So this is one of the things. The conference center that was big enough to hold us is down 2 flights of stairs.
There's no ADA elevator.
There is no, because they are old churches. The office space that we would have is upstairs.
What is our requirement to making our like accommodations?
We don't have any. We actually, under the law, we are not required to be ADA compliant as a political organization. However, the main floors are accessible. So if we hold an event there, those are. But if it's a conference space, unfortunately, like if we're holding our board meeting or you wanted to hold a meeting for a candidate that was private, it is a flight of stairs to go down to, 2 flights of stairs. And when I say 2 flights, it's like down and then down. It's the church basement. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
We have our one, our big stuff.
It was all upstairs. Yeah. Yeah. It's exactly the same.
Or if you have.
The access, if they can't get to it, would be electronically like we're doing now.
Or we hold it into that.
Or, yeah.
I could find an scary in most people.
Why didn't you carry me this weekend when my back was killing me? Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh. Was it when you made that horrible comment to me?
No, it was way before.
It was way fun.
So there is not technically a motion on the floor if somebody would like to make a motion.
Miss Schilling still have a
Yeah.
question?
No, she didn't. She was calling the question.
Oh, okay.
But she's withdrawing it since we're moving on, right?
I would entertain a motion.
I move to accept this contract.
I'll second.
Hold on, 1 year, 6 months.
If I could, I believe what I heard the secretary say was he moves to authorize the chair of the LPIN to enter into an agreement with Switchboard Properties on a month-to-month basis.
Unless you can get this kind of.
No, this is the discounted price.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so it was moved by the secretary, seconded by Mr. Lomax. This will encumber us over $1,000 total, so it does require a roll call vote.
Okay. Moving on. To negotiate a contract?
No, to execute.
With Switchboard.
I mean, I asked him beforehand.
I'm asking him in front of everyone.
Oh, yeah, me and Michael actually talked about this and we think we're financially okay doing it.
Okay.
So
Hope everybody.
remember to always be collecting cash.
I put it in,
Encourage you.
but was willing as part of the draft.
It's on this
All right,
It's on the budget but that's the draft budget. I did put it in there.
all right. D9 Kinzer. D8 vacant, D7 Glass. D6 Lomax,
Aye.
D5 Schillings,
Yes.
D4 Lundy,
Aye.
D3 Avery,
Yes.
D2 Poplar,
Yes.
D1 Schick.
Yes.
No current directors, Treasurer Schultz,
Aye.
Secretary Schultz votes yes, Vice Chair Alexander.
Aye.
You voting, Mr. Chair?
I will vote yes.
All right, there's 12 votes in favor, none opposed.
All right, great. So I will probably, if you want to bring Emily back in, thank you, Ms. Kokulak. As I say, I will email her and let her know, but she's standing right outside. Yeah. Unfortunately, we've decided to go a different direction. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. It was a unanimous decision, so they've authorized me. I'm a horrible person. I'm sorry. Okay. So we'll execute. I am not available until Thursday of this week because I need some downtime. But Thursday, if I can get a hold of you, and then we can execute it. Any information that you need, feel free to email me and treasurer at lpin.org. His name's Michael, and then he can give you any of the other information you may need, like our EIN or insurance forms.
Everything again happens online. You
Okay.
control your account. And so what we do then is we open up the office. We don't leave them sitting out there because, you know, we kind of can make a deal sometimes. And then we also go, we'll just sign up for things. We have conversations, we talk about it, we'll do things, and then we'll open it up live. And so then you'll just fill in, here's the paying number on the account or whoever has the information, signs up, picks that office, picks your start date. So if you're saying like, and we're not going to be able to get in here until next week, but it is next week, it prorates your days. Everything happens automatically. Your payment information will be in there. It takes ACH or a credit card every month. I don't even.
You said that there's like a tap, right?
Mhm. And so
If we
then,
fire Evan, how do we stop with the access? to the-
exactly. So you're gonna email me right away. I mean, seriously,
Yeah.
like, do the things, like if something like that happens.
We're not planning anything.
It's not you. Fire Luke tomorrow.
Yeah.
No, because your access.
I don't like the idea that they can email you and have me removed.
Like, I just had a situation where it was,
5 minutes.
a married couple and they owned their business together too, and they were going through divorce, and one of them was off the rails. And, the guy said, like, you need to remove his access immediately, and here's what's happening in our company situation. I can do that. So in those situations, then yes,
You're covered by the.
So would each
yeah.
member of the board in this instance, since we're going to have access, have our own separate login in order to get access to the app? And then is that information recorded when we access the rooms as well? Is it like trying?
Yes, for sure. So basically what happens, I would
Tell him he
need,
needs
so
to talk to me.
anybody
I'm willing
else
to
who
take that
needs
responsibility.
access, so this means you're coming in after hours, you're booking rooms, things like that. You're gonna sign up as a community member, your membership, you'll just get in, put in your name and, it's just your name, email and phone number, because that's how you get app access. Evan or whoever's the paying member gives me a list that says these people are the people that are part of us that need access. And then we connect those under your membership and they have all the same. They have all the same privileges, it gives you your door keys, and it also connects all your charges to that same account. So if you've got a wild card who books 20 hours of meeting space, they're under that account, and that's where the bill is.
And then we fire.
We're
So
good.
like meeting space.
Yeah.
The question I would have is like, if someone, say Danny did book a conference room for 20 hours.
Oh, yeah, I can party.
Yep.
And then we just shut him down, does he have access to go inside and flip?
Or you know, they email them.
You just email me and say.
I didn't approve that. Take that off.
Actually, you know what, you can, because whoever's the primary member can see on the share members tab, they could actually X out any of these people.
Is that what thing inside?
Yeah.
Good.
My other question is there a limit to the amount of users that you can have where an additional charge after a certain number of users?
So I will tell you, it costs us in the system like $5 to $10 a month for each person that's added in. So if you're adding like enough people that it starts.
So it will be the entire board.
Okay, so every single person is gonna have.
Yes.
access to book and need separate access to building.
Yes.
I would say sometimes people don't totally need that, like where they're just coming in during normal business hours. But if not, yeah, then we just do that.
Okay.
So I would say then every person is gonna sign up as a community member. You're gonna give me the list of people and say, these guys.
But then there'll be an additional monthly charge for that? No.
We always just eat it. And
Okay.
so it's kind of. just-
We will do our part to help get them other tenants too.
So,
Yeah.
since-
Absolutely.
As a matter of fact, if we have like a candidate or something or somebody that is regularly wanting to be there, you know, we'll just tell them, hey, pay the night, pay bit, it's like the cheapest is 99, right?
Is $99.
Yeah.
But it's 24/7 access to
Wow.
open spaces. It's again, it's your meeting, it's your Wi-Fi, it's your meeting space. It's a pretty good deal.
Yeah.
The one caveat that would be different is if someone is using childcare and you, like the Libertarian Party doesn't want to pay for that person's care. They can sign up for free, it's called family support membership, it's totally free, but we know they're a member under you guys, and so they get the member rate on childcare.
And the member rate was $9
$9.
an hour.
And you can book.
Why are you looking at me?
That's something you need to know about, Preggers.
We're
It
recording.
could be a resource for you in the
Yeah.
future.
No,
It'll
because
be a resource for me this summer.
Yeah.
it is so cheap.
I can bring a small one. The other two are old enough to be hanging alone.
And, oh, well, no. They're building a teen space in there as well that will have like
That's right.
TVs and video games and stuff like that.
You can't be.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
need my
yeah.
child on busing, so I'm gonna send my kid to take care.
Yeah.
of me because I can't.
No, to be at home, for sure. No, and I'll tell you, I've had that kid too. It's funny. We actually ended up getting a job for someone in space and it's
Yeah.
his semester of expulsion, so I.
We're very excited.
So-
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. All right, Emily.
Thank you for coming down.
Yeah.
and helping answer questions. Making sure we know where to get in.
Happy to do that. I look forward to showing this to you.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we're gonna see it now.
Just a couple additional questions I have that aren't obviously that are.
Yeah, we'll see it.
Like, we have a couple candidates who have service animals or their service animals allowed.
Our sales
Yeah.
come in.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Look forward to it.
Actually, a really good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think you legally can say no.
No, wait.
I don't think you legally can say no.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because.
We might want to convince them to get their own membership though.
Because they have.
We'll let them use it with us for a while and then say, listen, if you guys want to keep using this.
Because I know they've been struggling to find.
Yeah.
We might want.
I think it's a really good idea.
Yeah.
District meetings.
Uh,
We'll have to talk about
It
it.
can be
Yeah.
utilized for all those things, even in the open working space, so just like a district meeting or like. There's county affiliates who are not affiliated, but you're like, I'd like you to come and meet some other libertarians that I never have a foster with.
Yeah.
And we'd love to have you come down, and I think that would be very beneficial.
I know because I want to be able to know
Yeah.
if it's Luke or if it's Christie, just because like how often are they using it? You know what I mean? Like,
And it's kind of trending.
we want to be able to track those kind of
Why
things.
don't we just, add members as needed? You know, if we don't need it, if, let's say.
Like John Schick isn't
is
coming
down
one.
in District 1, he
He
doesn't think he's gonna be down in Indy
Mhm.
at all.
That's
He
a good
doesn't
point.
need,
Or you can have
He'll be
chair,
access to
vice
the
chair,
in-person agency.
executive officers and then.
Oh,
district rep, and one login.
I recommended that. He doesn't want that.
I don't want to do the one login for all the district reps because we want to be able to track and if you schedule a meeting space, I don't know if that's you or Danny. And then like if we go over, who am I yelling at? You or Danny? Yeah.
I would say we also need to, we should at least consider requiring whoever is signing off on the rental to be.
Or.
To ensure
yeah.
that the.
Yeah.
to ensure
No,
that the
that's what I'm
rules of
saying.
the
Yeah, yeah.
facility are-
Yeah, so Danny, if
Yeah.
Danny schedules something or does something, he needs to be on site.
On the- yeah.
You can't do it and then say, I'm not going to be there.
For Boone County and then check out and go home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And let Boone County have
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, next on the agenda is the 2024 LPIN convention recap. Basically, we've got almost all of the candidate paperwork done. There's one candidate that still needs to get us his economic interest. Apparently, he owns a lot of stocks and CDs and didn't know what, so he's got to get that back to us. Don Rainwater and Tanya Hudson. Tanya Hudson and Don Rainwater, we're going to be notarizing their stuff at the end of the meeting. I will be taking that, not this week, but the next week, and to file all the paperwork for them, as I do every year. We did, so if I can, I'm not gonna share my screen because you guys can't see it. But as of just the ticket sales Friday when I left the house, so that does not include, we did have a few other people who wanted to come to the dinner and I said full price. Or wanted to come to the Friday night and we said full price. So the total ticket sales were $14,415. We had $825 in vendors, and vendors also includes ad space as well. We had $12,000 in sponsors. That's 3 presidential candidates, 2 statewide candidates. Then we had Mark Rutherford's $2,500 sponsorship from the law firm, and then $500 from Analyze Corp. So that equaled $12,000. I did not actually update the donations in Lifetime, because it's what I have before we go in Friday. But from that right there, we were positive $2,991.41. There were 2, only counting 2, Chase and Lars.
Not counting ovens or.
Or anybody else. So any of the other auction donations, ticket sales that came in after I left the house at 1 o'clock on Friday are not included in that. But so we were already $3,000 profitable before we pulled up to the event with Friday night. Yes. I haven't counted the cash, but I do have the donation receipts, the ones that were paid in cash, so that I can go in and add cash to their profiles and things like that. So we do have that. We do have the breakdown for the lifetimes that people pulled in to contribute together. So we do have all of that. My guess, if I'm a guessing man, I would say we probably right around 6,000 or 7,000 total in profit would be my estimate.
2 to 3 from site.
Huh?
In my head, it was 2 to 3 on site for like all the pie.
Yeah.
Which is basically what I'm saying. So I think it's a little bit more than 3 on site.
Did that jive with what you saw in the last one? I'm not sure you have some notes.
It jives with what I checked here.
Yeah,
Yeah, I would say between the lifetime memberships, the 50/50 raffle.
Yeah.
Then we are definitely at least $6,000.
Very close. And it was a good money maker.
Kevin was at 300.
Nice.
What was the Gary Johnson thing, was it 450 or 500?
500. I almost said never mind, and said, you know what, we're just gonna keep it. We'll hold on to it. We'll hang it in our new office.
Well, we should have done.
Honestly, it sold for 1,800. He got it for $1,800. Yeah, he did. $1,800 was what that went for when it was officially when it was first sold in 2012. The donor who originally bought it spent $1,800 on it. And so it's that I was actually fairly disappointed, and I hope that the person who gave it to us doesn't find out that it only sold for $500. It would be not, I know, it's fine. They're gonna find out. It's
To
public.
get it out of his Lego.
He probably didn't care. I don't know if you guys are, I'm wondering if maybe we can convince him to do this. Andy Horning used to have a poster that he designed. It was a Statue of Liberty holding up the donkey and elephant.
Yeah,
And it-
He was gonna donate one of those 1 year.
So he's got it. So there was one of them that we would auction off every year and the person would buy it. And it was basically like, it's theirs, they can keep it and do whatever, but whoever had it always donated it back before the convention and we'd auction it off for like $300 or $400. Yeah, maybe the Gary Johnson jersey can be that now. Okay, so yeah. So we had 111 delegates.
Stop making mistakes so I can make one time.
What was the?
I think we're at five.
Great Waters. Okay, guys, let's focus. There were 111 delegates. The system moved pretty smoothly for checking people in. The biggest problem is, again, people not submitting their delegates in time. People not registering for the convention. And us having to do a, what we labeled them DNR, did not register. In the system.
Delegate not registered, that's what that meant. I wanted to say.
Yeah. So, but those things are, you know, as we continue to do this more and more and push the requirement that you need to do it, more and more people will start to do it. We did find some bumps in the system just at like the front desk, how we can streamline that even more, which for those of you who haven't been to a pre-Fishers convention, you used to stand in line for 45 minutes to get your badge. And it was crazy. I mean, we literally had spreadsheets printed that we would check your name and hand you your badge. So this, unless there was a problem with you, you got through the line in a couple of minutes. Any questions about the 2024 convention? We don't have exact final numbers, but I don't believe the numbers are going to go up any higher than what I already have reported in the system. I don't think those, because they were all the final numbers that we submitted, so I don't foresee anything going up above that. But we have not had the final invoices yet, so those bills are still outstanding, just FYI. Mr. Schulteis.
It's not a question, just a statement, but meeting overall and well. It's orders of magnitude faster than previous and there were a handful of people who registered for the convention, but they said, email address that they used to last night. It's not encouraged to register with someone that gave them access. Bubble thickens. Obviously, I guess. If you do a QR code to get they have a when you get into the connection, so like they walk in and scan the QR code and get it.
But a lot of people don't register, like.
That's the
Third of the people that were there were not registered.
Yeah.
Wait,
Well, at least the people, like a third of the people on the list, they
38,
were DNR.
there were 38 delegates or alternates not registered.
Well, and there were 111 on the floor.
That's a third.
So like,
Third.
Like 40%. It's almost.
There
yeah,
were 170
See.
people that total,
okay, so a fourth.
but they weren't all.
We're eligible.
Yeah, we're eligible.
I think our process actually for that side of things is perfectly fine. The one thing with OPA vote is we used a different system the first year, which was a QR code to get the ballot. But then the problem that you have with the QR code for the ballot is it's one QR code that anybody in the room can now vote on. And not everybody in the room is a delegate. So for the important things like who our nominee is going to be, that needs to be done by something that's a little bit more secure where we know who the person is that's casting the vote.
Is there a way that you can use Elder vote? Because it was very clear and concise and seemed very reliable and put in the results. Is there a way that we can do that for the awards?
We did do that for the awards this year. We're not doing that. We are not doing them at the convention.
Well, I know, because you have to actually.
We have to get the awards ahead of time. We used open vote for the awards.
But they email that.
Yeah.
We
Really?
will
Yeah.
do better about marketing that and letting people know. We will announce it on our social medias next year.
No, we won't.
that we're.
No, we do not.
Not in the 94 Society, we don't
No,
say, hey, go check.
not
your
everybody,
email.
never, but not everybody. Yeah, we'll say, go check your email, because that's what I did. I said in the 94 Society, but we don't post it to social. Because it only goes to members. But one of the problems was that the periods were too short. And so what we're gonna do is open up the nominations the Saturday after the election and keep it open till January 15th. And then January 15th to February 1st, depending on when the convention is, because we need to have it 30 days before the convention. So that we can get the trophies, all the copy, and get the trophies ordered and get them made. So whatever that period is, 30 days before that is when it'll close. And lots of-
3 days.
Yeah,
Okay.
And if I can just.
Mr. Secretary, go ahead.
So I mentioned it at the convention, but especially to you, district reps, it's in the bylaws now. I have to be a hard ass on the CLE collectors next year. Like,
Oh, darn.
yeah, make sure counties report their delegates, like, we can still
It's your amendment.
fluff on that a little bit, but this, yeah. The seasoning requirements are important, and also like, there was maybe a little misunderstanding or miscommunication about how important the national delegate form was, or if it was required, or why. But like, we, please, I know it's not gonna be till 26, but like, we want to make it moving forward that you have to be a proven national member and fill out the registration form before the convention begins, right at night, in order to be considered to be a national delegate, because that was an absolute nightmare, and I did not keep minutes.
Blame all the people who pressured us to fill out that damn form.
Well,
I mean,
say,
to go.
I would say.
I'm gonna say this, you can blame the secretary because I was hard and fast that they were shut off and he's the one that advocated for it to not
It was
be.
Friday night.
But you were right.
People
Yeah.
were getting-
You were right. But there,
There were like 9 people that signed.
Mr. Copeland, Ms. Copeland,
During the business.
hey, Ms. Copeland was recognized. Because that's the standard, it's month, couple months, year, 2 years, 5 years.
It's
I'm
like,
sorry.
as like, season is like,
It said 2 or more years.
Is it 2?
Oh, it should have said 2 or more years. Oh, okay. Oh, well,
Somebody who's been here for 40 years, whatever.
But I think a full 20% of the names, and it wasn't my caucus affiliation, it wasn't my county, it was people all over the state. Some people made it as a delegate, some people were alternates. A full 20% of the people that are presented filled out the form on Saturday.
okay, and I'm gonna say this here. Please raise your hand to be recognized. Let's stop talking over each other. We're really far behind in the meeting. So we need to stay on that, please. Next item on the agenda was director appointments. Oh, no, you're right. I'm sorry. Thank you, Ms. Coquillard. Ms. Coquillard, do you have a motion to appoint someone temporary chair of Greene County?
Yes, I would like to move to make Terry Shepherd temporary chair of Green County. Met him on Friday night. He is wanting to use county resources to get the contact of moving, and I would support the second.
A second.
Moved by Ms. Coquillard, seconded by Mr. Schick. Any questions or comments for Ms. Coquillard?
Nothing for Ms. Coco.
Oh, Mr. Hagerman, any objection to recognizing Mr. Hagerman? Hearing none, Mr. Hagerman.
I didn't catch the name.
Terry Shepherd,
Very sure. Thank you.
it's SHEPARD.
Ms. Alexander.
Just a comment, not a question. Perry has come to a couple of events. He has always paid in full. He's never ever been upset with us when we've asked him to pay, and he's put in the effort before becoming a member and became a triple member on Saturday. So he is prepared, and I agree with this
And
recommendation.
my further comment is he knew when I talked to him Friday that his county party had been dissolved, and he knew that his district was being dissolved. So he's been reading the emails and is upset that he's losing that representation as a local member. And he stepped up. Yes. Any objection to appointing Mr. Perry temporary chair? Hearing none, Mr. Shepherd is appointed temporary chair of Greene County, which expires in 1 year. Miss Avery,
What other temporary chairs do we have?
all other temporary chairs are now officially expired. We're leaving it at that. If they want to seek, if you have somebody that you would like to work with, please request that they be made a temporary chair. But all temporary chairs are now, as officially as of yesterday, are expired, with the exception of Mr. Perry, Mr. Shepherd. With the exception of Mr. Shepherd, who was just appointed today. Director appointments, political director. Mr. Copeland is here today. He's here via Zoom, or at least he was. I don't know if he's still here. Political is the first one. He is. Mr. Copeland, I do want to thank you for your service to the LPIN over the past couple of years, serving in political director. I know that you've got a lot of things going on and with your new job and with your parents or with your dad. So I'm going to ask for a different appointment for the political director. But I want to thank you for the service that you've given to the LPIN, sir. It's been greatly appreciated, and I know that we can count on you if we can come to you with other needs and other special requests, especially with our candidates like Don Rainwater and Tanya Hudson and some of the candidates in Marion County. I know Ms. Glass is probably going to need some help as well for her State House run. But again, I just want to thank you again, Mr. Copeland, for your service. Would you like to say anything?
No, well, yeah, I will say something. I know that I could have done better, and in this role, and I appreciate the opportunity. I do appreciate the opportunity. I wish that I had done better, and I appreciate you all still having kind things to say about me.
So well, we mean them. We love you, Paul.
All right.
With that, I did talk to Mr. Turner from Floyd County, Mr. Josh Turner, who gave a great speech last night about helping and supporting candidates. And so Mr. Turner would like to serve as political director for the LPIN. So I would move to appoint Mr. Turner.
Josh Turner,
from Floyd County.
The winner.
So it was moved by the chair. I'm going to say seconded by Mr. Kinzer. All those in favor? All those opposed? Mr. Turner is the new political director. Communications, Mr. Andrew Smith has been working great with me and the rest of the team on getting our communications, our op-eds, press releases out, helping run the social media team. I would ask for reappointment of Mr. Smith as comms director.
Second.
So most of these are going to be movements from the chair. But since his hand went up first, I'm going to take the second from Mr. Schick. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Excellent. Tech director. Mr. Hagerman, Charles Hagerman, has been doing a great job with Civi CRM. As you can see, he's already diligently taking notes of changes that need to be made in the system, should he be reappointed to the position. So I would like to reappoint Mr. Charles Hagerman as tech director for the LPIN, seconded by Miss Avery. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Congratulations, Mr. Hagerman. Membership director, I would like to, this isn't a formal appointment, but I would like to keep this under the purview of the vice chair, Miss Alexander, to continue. Oh, you can join us now, Mr. Smith. You can come to the table. You can come sit with the big kids now. I would like for the membership director duties and responsibilities to stay under the purview of the vice chair, Ms. Alexander. This isn't an appointment, it's just having her continue into that role that she's been doing, and she has expressed that she wants to continue doing it. At least I think she did, but I don't care if she did.
She is really good.
She's really good.
Anybody else have anybody suggestions that would like to learn how to do this or would like to spend time doing it?
I would like to second the chair's motion to so we can continue doing the role.
I will third that.
Does any, I know that we have talked about the job descriptions. We don't have the hiring process yet. And we'll talk about that more under the committees and teams, maybe. No, we won't, because it's not in there. But I think our next finance director needs to be a paid person, as we have discussed. So unless somebody has somebody that they would like to be considered for the volunteer, I think we should not do that for now. Is there anyone? No, hearing none. Cool. Anybody have any names for field director? Okay, hearing none. Cool, that will stay vacant as well. Mr. Secretary?
I'd like to move for the recess, since Mr. Nolan is here to sign paperwork.
Oh, okay. I thought, well, we can make him wait until the end. It's only 3
I'll
hours.
second
But it's also 3 hours from now. It'll be fine.
I'll second that motion.
Is there an is there an objection to recessing for 10 minutes? Is that what you need, sir? Is that what you said?
Sure.
Okay, recess for 10 minutes at whatever time the secretary records, 1:11. So we'll be back at 1:21. And by the way, everybody, remember, we are still broadcasting, we are still recording. Okay, now we're back in order. The time is 1:21 on the nose.
Yeah.
Perfect. Next up is committees and teams. The convention committee. I'm passing the reins of leadership for the convention and actually creating a committee. And passing the reins on to our vice chair, Ms. Alexander. So she will be the chair of the convention committee. And we should populate the convention committee today. Are there people that you know that are willing to serve on the convention committee as of right now?
I do have two names that have verified and confirmed that they were willing. I have Sydney Bloom, and Anna Elliott. I don't know if they would help out. Did you confirm? Lori also confirmed. Just now.
Lori and Anna Elliott.
Yes.
Anna Elliott from Morgan County and Sydney Bloom from Monroe County.
Correct.
Stating it for the record. And then Ms. Schilling's District 5 rep, Mr. Schulteis.
I'm interested in much, I'm interested.
I don't think that's necessary because the contracts are still going to have to come to the board. Any financial agreements or anything will have to come back for us. Yes. I would like to have I'd like to have two other people and potentially at least one person from the board serving.
He would do the option again. So
Oh,
if
yeah.
you're automatically on the committee. Oh.
You can do a good job on that.
Ms. Blackford, if you don't want it, Ms. Black.
Let's do it together next year and then year.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so that's two. So Libby Glass and Elizabeth Glass. I hate you right now. Miss Glass and Miss Avery.
Is Schulteis
No. That makes the 6. So move to create the convention committee with the vice chair, ex officiato chair, populated with the members Sydney Bloom, Lori Schillings, Anna Elliott, Miss Glass, and Miss Avery. Seconded by, did I move it? I did, okay, I moved it, seconded by Mr. Kinzer. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. That committee is populated, and just remember the committee is only authorized to investigate and to plan. All final approvals and contracts must be, any financing must be approved by the SEC. Ms. Alexander.
Can we add and change members around as the year goes?
Nope, you will need to ask for, as official committee, you'll need to ask for the board to appoint. You can, but you need to ask for the board to appoint. Anybody can leave. You can vote to remove within your own committee, but you cannot populate the committee outside of the SEC. Because it is an actual committee. The bylaws committee, I would move to retain the bylaws committee in its current form. Okay, I guess we don't need a discussion on it.
Second open the floor.
It does, but it closes the motion though. The current bylaws committee is ex officiato secretary, it's automatic chair, as the secretary. Then we have Mr. Charles Hagerman, we have Russell Brooksbank, Greg Hirsch, Greg, yep, Greg Nolan, I'm sorry, I keep trying to put Greg Hirsch on there. Greg Nolan, John Schick, and no. God, no.
Russell Brooksbank.
I already said Russell.
I think that was it.
I think that's it.
Okay.
I'm with you.
Okay, yeah, it was them.
Okay.
The bylaws committee is only empowered to receive the bylaws that are properly presented to the chair. They review them, make recommendations to the author of the bylaws proposal. Then they submit a report and summary to the SEC and a recommendation for the order in which they are to be presented to the body.
I'm thinking, five, so bigger than six, no one could think.
Yeah, who's the sixth?
I don't think there was, I think it was on a five.
No.
No, we would have.
Move to amend to add that.
He usually proposes the bylaws go over, so.
It's, I mean, they've only had to do it once or 1 year, and it was this year. You're welcome. It's moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Okay, the bylaws committee is adopted. We're set. Data team. I'm actually going to kick the can to Mr. Lundy on this one. Who would you like on your data team, sir?
It's still just me and draw.
Because of my interest in being involved with the AI piece, I think now I do the team.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you running a campaign or something?
I don't think that's a good idea.
You know?
I don't. I really, really don't.
I have no problem including you and stuff, so if you
Yeah. He's running for office. Yeah. Yeah.
Instead of vending everybody's data, I should probably put this in.
Right.
It's okay to be on committees, but that one specifically, if he falls down, it can either hurt his campaign or hurt all of the other candidates that are relying on the data team to do their job. So I'd rather Danny, if he needs to find somebody else, he finds somebody else to help supplement that. Which also I'm going to put Mr. Turner as the political director is supposed to serve on the data team. So Mr. Turner as well. Is there anybody else that would like to be on the data team? Because that does leave the data team with 2 SEC members and 1 non-member.
No.
Mr. Groff is not an SEC member,
Okay.
so that's 2 SEC members and 1 non. He
Yeah, we just wanted
goes.
to-
The conversation.
It's not here, so I forgot about it.
I don't,
Object permanent.
Mr. Secretary,
I'm genuinely asking, I don't know the level of involvement that Mr. Copeland wants to maintain. No, he helped with that previously, would that be a level of involvement you still want to keep?
I would like to have Mr. Copeland take some time to focus on the things that he's stated he needs to focus on, and then to let us know if there's any areas or single projects that we might have we can forward to him.
I just want to say, I helped in all, I didn't help with a lot of stuff. Would have fallen. But it was also in the CRM, so I can do it. So I will continue to do that.
There's a lot of overlap and cooperation between these teams.
Yeah.
Okay, so move to appoint Danny Lundy, Chris Groff, and Josh Turner to the data team. Seconded by Mr. Lomax. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Okay,
I have to ask somebody if they want to join you.
it's okay. They can come back. The teams I can appoint anybody to the team that I want.
Did you second that?
Okay, I talk to Danny. If Danny says he wants him on the team, I'll put him on the team.
I have to be second.
It was Mr. Lomax. The gaming team. I have information on this. I looked it up. We cannot get an annual license, so we can't do the unlimited games. It is only available to fraternal organizations and specific civic organizations with no more than 3 per district. So civic organizations are allowed to get the annual gaming license. So all we can do are single event license. I would like we can get 6 of those in 3 festivals. I'd like to use all 9 of them this year to hold various poker tournaments and a single large 1-year raffle for that. So in that, I'm going to put myself ex officiato on the gaming team. I would like to ask Mr. Lomax, Mr. Kinzer, Mr. Ryan Day, and Mr. Schulteis to serve on the gaming committee. Is there anybody else that would be interested in serving on the gaming committee? It's a team, I'm sorry, team. I didn't mean to say committee, team.
Is, are we concerned about people running campaigns thinking I'm more than one thing?
No,
Okay.
the data thing was the thing that I'm worried about.
Okay.
If he's focusing, there's a tendency, the data is very important and there are going to be tons and tons of requests. And so if he's,
I remember.
yeah, so if he's the guy, one of the guys who's processing it and he can't get to it, it hurts you as a candidate. So,
I just want to be on the game.
Floyd. oh, Ryan Day, Willie, he's Chair Willie Johnson. Okay, and Ms. Glass. So that's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Coquillard. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. Okay, that team is set. The comms team, obviously with Mr. Andrew Smith. I will also not serve ex officiato. I would like to put Mr. Smith as the chair of the comms team, but I will serve on the comms team with you. This is separate from the social media team. Which both of us will also end up serving on the social media team as well. Is there anybody else that is interested in serving on the comms team? Sweet. So move to appoint me and Mr. Smith to the comms team. Grab whatever second you want off that. Okay. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. And the social media team. I'm going to say this first before moving it. Currently on the team is myself, Mr. Smith, Ms. Coquillard, Ms. Avery, Mr. Fitzlaff. And that is our social media team as of right now. That's everybody, right?
What county?
Fitzlaff is okay. I think I'm right on that. I think it's just us. We have been using Planable. At the end of this meeting, we'll be switching to Buffer, which will allow us to have more team members. We'll pay per channel, like this channel is Facebook, Twitter, TikToks, Snappy Chats, whatever. As opposed to right now with Planable, we're paying a premium per member. So with that, is there anybody that is interested in serving on the comms team or the social media team?
I would be.
Ms. Schillings, okay. Ms. Avery, are you still willing to serve? Okay. And as the, I will be putting myself ex officiato on the social media for this reason. We do require admin approval for all posts that get scheduled and sent out, and it's been me and Christy doing that, and we've been able to hit every single one of them between the two of us. I'd like to keep it at that. So the move is Chair Evan, Chair McMahon. You've got me doing first names and abbreviations. I'm very upset with you. Mr. Smith, Ms. Coquillard, Ms. Avery, Ms. Schillings. That is the motion. That was my motion. Second by Mr. Kinzer. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. If you have a nay. There was one nay. If you have anybody that you would like to be on the team, we are much more able to do that, to give them a volunteer slot, because everything has to be approved anyway. They can't just willy-nilly, they don't have the access to post willy-nilly. And now we can have as many people as we want. So if there are people who are interested, if somebody's complaining about not doing enough posts on social media, please send them to Mr. Smith to sign up to volunteer on our social media team. Moving on to the next item of business is the SCC schedule. And I am sure that all of you, as we discussed at the last meeting and the email that went out, are prepared with your schedule for the next year. With the dates that are no-goes and open available and things like that. right? Everybody's prepared and ready, so we can do this in 5 minutes. Are you really? Nice, good for you. No, like seriously, that I know that's might have sounded like a smart ass comment, but it legitimately was like, good.
Little snarky, but that's okay.
I didn't mean it in a snarky way.
We're even, we'll call it even.
So, last year we had an SEC meeting.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was busy. I didn't get it done.
That made me ask if we were gonna abandon the binder. No.
I don't know.
Okay, so.
I will bring 4 gold stars for the next one.
Well, we're about to have the office that you can just put it.
No,
I'm like, you're gonna get
no,
a quarter, not only the quarter, but. I will end you.
No,
No,
I said I got you.
everything's on person, so you can't leave it there.
it's Sunday, right?
Yeah.
My Orkin Pest Control seems to think that it is Monday, so it's coming today.
Well, you get it out of it.
Maybe there's an emergency here.
Okay. Ms. Glass, we have 2 things that we'll schedule today that are on the agenda. One is the Service Saturdays, where every district picks the second Saturday of the month for their district to do a service project in the community. So we try to avoid second Saturdays of the month for our SEC meetings. So just bear that in mind. We do hold our traditionally, unless there's an absolute reason to do it, we hold our SEC meetings on Saturday mornings. Every other month is remote. So we do it via Zoom. And then 1 month is in person, the next month is remote. We do have things that go weird with that, like the election. So in November, we had to have an in-person meeting after the election, and then we always have an in-person meeting in December for our holiday party. So let's, April.
Oh, yes.
Look
please.
at that, 420.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I have no problems this year.
No interferences, that's actually really. nice here.
Is everybody good with the that would be remote? Do we want to have a meeting in Indianapolis at our new office on 420?
I think we should. What a great kickoff for a new office.
I don't.
Or maybe not. Maybe that's the absolute worst thing in the world to do.
Inside the building.
We can wait.
We're gonna get evicted the very first month.
Yes, she's not gonna let us know.
Only if.
Listen, if she sees something listed for 420 and libertarians, she's gonna know.
So is it per quarter? Is that the requirement? It's once per quarter? So can April be, can then both May and June be? If we do that?
There is no requirement. We're required to meet monthly. We decided that we would do every other month remotely. I think once per quarter is required to be in person. I think that is actually.
Yeah,
what it is.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If I would be okay with April, only if we said May and June, if that was a quarter, in May and June were.
May, do we want May to be remote?
I mean, we-
Because it's right before the
Yeah,
community.
we had a convention.
Yeah, I support that. So let's do April on September or on Saturday, the 20th.
Is there a way to get their available places there? That's nice.
Not yet, but in person. May and June will be remote. I think for May 16th is going to be the wine tasting for the LPIN, so I think maybe the 18th would be good for that remote. Any objection to the 18th of May remote?
I will not be able to be there.
Why? What are you two doing? Are you guys running off together?
I'm working my very lucrative job at the Speedway the last 3 weekends.
Right, I do know that. I do know that. Yeah, yeah. What's your excuse?
Indianapolis, or Indiana, that's a Columbus out of the.
Okay. Gotcha. I think it. You don't need to come to the wine tasting. This is just the meeting on the 18th. No, she can come on the 18th. So just the two directors can't be there. That's okay.
Even though it's
That's
remote, you can't remote in at all.
No. since it's
Sure,
during the day,
it's
that's
sure.
convention.
Parking.
12-hour days.
Yeah.
I would rather remote AM to 6 P.M.
Does it pay well?
So June, anybody have a preference for June? June 15th? Okay. June 15th, that will also be a remote. I would suggest that the July meeting be moved to the Sunday, and that we have the July meeting prior to the July 14th, 50th anniversary party.
Are you hard and
Is
fast
that-
We're doing it on the 14th.
on a Sunday?
Because
Okay.
that is the date, that is the anniversary date. We're doing it, we're going to have a party on this, on July 14th. The party would be if we met in the morning.
Hold on. So the party is the
July 14th.
party 14th, and then what day did you want to have it in person?
The meeting,
That-
that's-
that same morning. Yeah.
Is that a Friday?
It's a Sunday.
Oh, I mean, see that at the.
We don't know yet.
Would maybe be what around about that clock.
That would be TBA. We'll schedule it now for the normal 10:30. With the caveat that depending on what the schedule is for the party, we'll try to do it. Because at that point, we're past the deadline for candidate nominations anyway. So actually, I need everybody to go back to June.
Okay.
June 29th evening. Actually, let's make it June 30th. So that's Sunday evening. We need to have a special meeting for last minute nominations,
June 30th.
June 30th. Yeah, but it's a remote meeting.
So we have a 15th virtual and the 30th.
Yeah, the 30th meeting will only be on the agenda will be any nominations. If there are none received to me before that meeting is called, I will cancel the meeting. Okay, so July 14th in person, we'll work with whatever the date is and adjust the timing of the business meeting to be like, if we're gonna have the event at 6 PM, we're not gonna meet at 10:30 in the morning and then leave at 1 o'clock to try to come back in 5 hours. I mean, some people who live right there might want to, but yeah. But then there's also the people who are coming from like Lake County, Porter, and up that. So
Hang out in our office.
that's a thing we could do.
Shower.
I didn't see a shower there.
She said they showered it. It might have been.
It might have been like a French bath.
Forgot that was the nice turn for that.
Yes, it was. Okay, let's look at August. Does anybody know what the schedule is for the state fair? Does it end I think it ends the 24th of August?
Around the 18th. And then they're the state fair this year.
August 2nd to 18th.
Okay, so how about August 24th? That would be remote. Does that work for everybody? Okay, oh, good, I'm happy. September kickoff party at Mr. Hagerman's house on the 14th of September.
That's a
Second Saturday.
21st.
Oh, it is. Yep, we could do that. Does the September 21st work?
It looks good. Let me check my phone. His going if I can just invite you coming down. September, I'm gonna be the.
Yeah. I mean, that's when we do the kickoff party is in September, the fall party. We need to stop calling it a kickoff party. That is a throwback to when That is when so it used to be that the Labor Day party was when our campaigns would actually start and kick off, and so that's what it was called, was the kickoff party in September. That it hasn't been the case in, 8, 9 years,
I wondered why we don't pick up parties.
and it's just stuck, so it's just the fall party. But it's a time for our candidates to come and mostly glad hand, raise money, do the last pushes that they need to get the support from the party.
The call finish line. Call finish.
I mean, that's still months away from yeah, sure did.
It's a month away, can you do like kind of?
It was my birthday too, and the day after the funeral. I do not, and I objected to it being called for my birthday. I was not happy about it.
I think we have no.
No.
choice.
That was the only date that was available, and it really sucks. Thanks, Chuck. But it was actually good for my soul to be out that day.
I really appreciate you, Chuck.
I do too.
So we're gonna-
September 21st.
I really want to-
That one will stay at the 10:30 time. So then we can have the party after the board meeting, because it's a cookout. It's a daytime cookout.
We do October and the remote since December.
We cannot plan on October being, oh wait, never mind. Yeah, we can. For some reason, I was thinking it was the SOS year because I'm fast forwarding. October 19th. Okay. October 26th. Does that work for everybody? And we're saying that one will be remote. And November 16th.
The anniversary, but it should interfere.
Okay.
You need to talk, buddy?
Yeah. Okay, that would be, I think we said we would do the November one remote so that we do the December one in person for the holiday party. So let's do, what I say, the 16th. And then December,
We have it in the
14th.
yeah. 14th or 21st.
14.
Well, that's the second Saturday.
The December one isn't typically take. Okay,
Well, and it's,
so there's at least 2 people that do. So how about the 21st?
That's like 4 days until Christmas. What about Sunday? Sure, I mean, that's a thing, the second one.
I found that it's harder to get people to come down just for the holiday party type stuff on a Sunday.
About the 7th, is that too early?
For holiday party, I don't think so. I mean, it does. I mean, it's the
it's
month.
becoming kind of all December.
And part of January.
So how about December 7th? A day that will live in infamy.
1941.
It's also my sober date. That'll be some years. 20 plus.
Well, if we're using our new co-working space for that, it may
Mhm.
be not as utilized.
On the 7th.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Someone probably needs 21st.
What day?
The 7th. Is that what you wrote down?
Yeah.
Okay. So that one will also be up in the air. We'll go ahead and schedule it for 10:30, but that will change depending on the holiday party plans. Are you okay?
Yeah, things mean.
Okay.
Didn't like the stuff, so.
Yeah.
Then January. January 18th. That one would be remote. In January of 2025? Okay. February.
People are welcome to disagree, but I would love that also to be.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
like, I know we went said every other month, but people are still used to remote
I was
meetings.
just in a speaking program 2 weeks ago as a musician, they was shocked. We thought we did one, we're gonna have a meeting music, but I looked at that store.
Depending on where we are with the convention and what we actually choose today for the convention for 2025. I think that
We make it in person and we'll switch to remote based on. Either way, it's on the 15th, right?
It is easier to go from in person to remote.
Yeah.
there is,
a chair.
there is no second Saturday in February. We don't ever do January, February, second Saturdays or service Saturdays for January and February. But also because in the convention planning, I think we need to have it earlier in the month of February. I'm thinking the 8th, and here's why, is because we have new bylaws changes that we're going to have to be reminding and hitting and organizing and doing everything to hit. So if on February 8th, we should have this is the deadline, everybody be sure to call your county
I
parties.
mean, there's also February 1st, do you want to know earlier? That's the first time I do that. If you're worried about timing and making sure we'll get messages and reminding.
I like some meetings.
Everybody behind it.
My prep day.
I'm open to what you guys want here. What do you guys want? I would just like for us to meet earlier in the month of February. It can be a Saturday, it can be a Sunday.
I like the 8th just because it gives the bylaws committee time to meet. We were kind of crunched for time to present things. We'll be more organized, but there needs to be some time between the deadline to submit and the SEC. I would love the bylaws committee to present the report on February 8th or whatever.
Move to extend by 10 minutes. Any objection? Hearing none, time's extended by 10 minutes. Mr. Secretary, I'm gonna say that I actually don't think it needs to be part of the regular meeting. I think when you guys are ready, we can call and should call a special meeting just to hear from the bylaws committee to meet it within that time. So even if our next scheduled meeting is beyond the deadline, if you inform me what day you're ready to present, we can schedule ahead of time. I just have to give at least 7 days notice. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm okay with the first 4 days then.
Okay. I'm okay. I'm okay with doing it remote, especially because it's the month before the convention. I don't want to have to deal with an in-person meeting. Oh, wait, I'm not gonna have to deal with the convention, so I don't care.
Guess what? You're gonna be the person in the chair.
I'm gonna be on vacation. January 1st or 8th or 9th.
February.
That's what I said.
This is my vote.
8th. All those in favor of February 8th? All those opposed? Okay, passes February 8th.
It's remote.
It's remote.
You can just log in on your phone.
No, I can't. I have a full day thing outside. That was like,
Well, you can appoint a proxy then.
Yeah, you can, yeah.
Yeah.
You can appoint a proxy,
I'd still love to the convention.
but so you have to do it in writing right before the meeting, at least 24 hours before the meeting, and they have to be a member and they have to live in the district, which is Marion County for you, but yeah. And March. I am going to suggest that we do a tentative TBA for March 22nd, just in our schedule. Because we don't know when the convention will be, and it will be the Sunday after the convention, and then that will be changed. Because it's automatically the Sunday after the convention.
that we usually do our thing up to March.
We have the option to do it March, April, or May. In 2025 being basically a non-election year, we can do it whenever we want. And I think the proposals that we received had multiple options for dates as well. So I would suggest March 22nd as a placeholder.
23rd,
No, I mean 22nd.
It's good on Sunday.
No, right, I'm putting it on March 22nd as a placeholder. And then if it disappears, then it disappears. If it doesn't disappear, then we have our meeting on March 22nd.
Like if the convention's in April.
Then we hold the meeting on March 22nd.
Makes sense.
That'd be in person.
That's so smart.
I
Yeah,
know.
yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. That would be in person.
It's essentially our after convention, these meetings.
Right.
We're tentatively right with 22nd.
Yeah. But if we don't have the convention in March, then it becomes an in-person meeting. Potentially, which if the convention then is like April 1st, we'll renegotiate.
And what times should we put on for?
10:30.
10:30.
Yes, not local Lake County time.
You should probably have in your district emails some invites from Mr. Reynolds.
Yeah.
The September, December one will be
Oh.
later. I think all of the SEC was talking about it too, because it says it's 15 members, I probably.
Yeah. She's automatically in.
Okay.
Miss Glass is,
District number, so.
yeah.
Yeah.
The one on June 30th is a meeting. What time is that?
Yeah, that's a special meeting. We
Yeah,
don't know.
that's it. We don't know.
That's
And then
not
make
as
it,
much
they make it
as 15.
cancel.
It's just a placeholder that we don't know if anybody will.
If we have candidates that we need to do a last minute nomination, vacancy filling for, then we can do it. We have it scheduled, and I can tell the election division that we have a meeting scheduled for June 30th. Okay, so that is the SEC schedule. It is locked. Yay.
Good job.
Thanks for letting us do remote things.
Next on the agenda is goals. Which actually kind of ties into the budget that I sent to everybody in the Google Doc. Really, the goals that I have laid out this year, or wait, no, they're not in there. Dang, where'd they go? Oh, because it's in notes on the other tab. I'd like for us to increase our it would have helped if I had transferred over what those membership types were. Our 1994 society up to 107. Increasing it by 107, adding 107 people to the 1994 society program or one of the other two programs, monthly giving programs. I'd like to add 110 regular annual members. I'd like to add 12 annual 94 society members. I'd like to add 119 triple members and 10 new lifetime members. 119. And that's statewide, across the state. By doing that, that will give us plenty of room in our finances. It is more than we increased in the last year, but it's actually pretty reasonable increase numbers, especially when you consider that they are, that's basically 11 for each membership type per month, new ones per month. And then just one new annual 94 and one new lifetime per month, essentially, from here through the end of the year. Mr. Hagerman.
How close are we to becoming our own region?
Oh, God, we're so far away.
Oh, but this probably would you.
No, wouldn't even crack the surface because we're less than 4%. I mean, that may change. It may go way up, but it wouldn't help us for 2 years anyway. Mr. Secretary.
So this goal of increasing members with some funds by 350, what's like the biggest year we've ever had?
Honestly, it's the last 2 years.
Which was like
Because we started at 348 members. No, we didn't get a whole lot of new members.
I've been here. Told them a lot.
We got it, and that was, so it was, because prior to that, we had 348 state party members. And unique individual members was 348. And now we're pushing 600.
We have the double.
Mhm.
Actually, 252,
Mhm.
but that's over 2 years.
That's over 2 years and we're talking 350 a year.
Two big election years.
Yeah, and those are unique members. Some of them might be at triple. And so if I understand correctly, like if someone put a triple and an underscore.
That counts in my book. Yep. Yep.
Do you have a other list of goals?
My other list of goals are, I'd like to have actually, at least 50% of the state active affiliated. I would like for us to have contacts and people in place to affiliate the rest of the state post rainwater campaign. When we did that in 2020, we had an additional 32 counties that we affiliated in 2 months because we capitalized off of the end of the rainwater campaign. I'd like for us to do that again, even if the majority of them turn out like a majority of those did, which is they went dark. We have them for a year and we've been able to get people and contacts during that year. Ms. Avery.
I feel like sometimes we rush the counties to affiliate when they're not ready. And it just becomes a failure and people get burned out.
I hear what you're saying, but there's a lot of things that we cannot do with them if they are not a county affiliate. They can't support local candidates. They can't nominate local candidates. There's a lot of things that can't be done. They can't raise money to support things. It's worthwhile to doing it.
But how many of these counties that are actively struggling are
The ones that are actively struggling are trying to do it. I will tell you that I'm not seeing a whole lot of counties that are actively struggling that are doing all of the steps they should be doing. Okay. There are some counties that are complaining that then I'm like, okay, well, we've done CRM training 5 or 6 times and you have not logged in once. You have not sent a single email to anyone. You post your business meeting to Facebook. That's not doing the things. That's actually 0 of the marketable things because the business meeting is a required thing, not a marketable thing. There are counties that are trying to do all of the things that are struggling, and that's a resource thing, which I think has changed in 2024 with the election cycle. One of the counties that I talked to that wanted to go dark, they wanted to be very active in the election cycle. And I said, that's where you're going to get your people. So what you're telling me is you want to shut down today so that you can focus on getting these people that you're going to have to start over with. That makes absolutely no sense to me. I think every county party that is organized and affiliated right now will be better positioned to capitalize off of the election than if we're affiliating them in January and February. Does that make sense? So like, I think I'm going to pick on DeKalb County. I think if Morgan capitalizes and holds events and gets now I can say it gets Don Rainwater to his county. If he does those events, he's going to end up with probably 6 or 7 more people in his county. Because he wasn't there when Rainwater ran. He came after Rainwater.
But he's been around even before.
No, the county, he was there, but it was not an affiliate.
He's been.
And it's harder to get people to get involved when you're not at anything at all. If I'm just, Evan McMahon asking you to come hang out with me in my kitchen and let's talk cookies, the answer is no. But if I'm the county chair, if I'm the county chair and I want to talk to you about what's going on with the county zoning board, that's a easier yes. So I think people will be able to capitalize off of the election to bring in new volunteers and bleed them dry, preparing for the next cycle. Wells County, they're still interested, and they filed the report. it just, me and you need to go up there because they respond to me and I've literally, we've been saying this for a year. Me and you just need to go up there because they'll respond to me. So the two of us need to go up there and sit down with them and come up with a plan because they want to do stuff. So the other goals are the ones that we're doing with the teams. Like I want to have 9 gaming events. I wanted to have me and Mr. Smith have been working really hard on the comm schedule. I want to see that moving forward. I'd like for the rest of the board to give us ideas about potential op-eds. If you see something, if you hear something, if you think there's something that the state party should be commenting on, pass it to us so that we can, 1, decide if we want to do an op-ed, if we think that would be beneficial, and then 2, we can put it out.
Our team has been doing great. If you have a number for that, like 1 month.
I think we came up with 1 every other week. We need to release every other week. Yeah.
What happened with the media that came to the convention?
I have no idea because I didn't care about anything until like an hour ago.
The candidates meeting.
Yeah, I think can we get this? Yeah. Wish TV was there, they did and all I saw was a 30-second package, but.
And he came up to the stage and Mr. Smith came up to me and said, hey, he wants an interview with you. Can you do this during the convention? And I said, I can't until 5 o'clock. And he tried to stick around for it, but then they called him out at like 3:30, 3:45. Yeah. Oh, well, the Indy Star did respond. She responded to me that she got the press release. And I will point this out. We adjourned the convention at 4:30, almost on the dot yesterday. The press release went out at 4:35.
Thank you.
I was sitting right next to him.
That's why I kept messaging everybody, asking for the spelling of people's names. Because I wanted to make sure that we had all of our I's dotted and T's crossed. And that's great, because I had multiple media asking for our list of candidates as soon as the convention.
And I did hear from the Indy Star and a couple other stations. I did an interview with Abdul, crapping on the Republicans. It was great, a lot of fun. I think we're pretty solid on our media goals. Mr. Secretary.
Just since you brought it up, we adjourned at 4:44. We didn't. That's just. So
You were.
I delayed
Yeah,
for the so the official, but we were done and we'd already.
Okay,
the candidates were.
Because,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just going down my list.
Yeah, go ahead.
So field, we've got 50% active affiliates. 2 social events that we know of, unless we want to add more to that, we're doing the fall party and the Christmas party.
That will come into the budget because one of the things that I do want to do is I want us to be prepared to sponsor events for our candidates in our counties. That means, sponsoring an actual event, but then I also put into the budget a couple $1,000s for us to do our own events in counties, like if an unaffiliated county, for us to do something there. So I would like for us to have 2 or 3 seating events in unaffiliated counties or areas.
Right, so that's 2 unaffiliated county events.
Yeah.
Awesome. And then back to the county events also.
Yes. 8 service Saturday. I'm not going to hamstring us with the 8th district. So 8 service Saturday events.
And finance, we know we're going to roll in 9 gaming events, and we're looking to potentially hire a finance.
Yes. Yep. Under the budget, I think I'm looking for a total raise of $190 and $20.
I don't see it is political. Whether that's door knocking.
That's what I want you guys to talk about.
Right, I think having the state party sponsors who got vote trainings would be a good idea. I can tell you in Morgan County, when we've done, the results have been mixed. Spring one always goes pretty well, we get a good turnout. When we get summer and fall, then we should. So I don't know how the state wants to respond to that, maybe if the state's pushing it, maybe they'll get more involved than you, Morgan County. I know when Chris Galt did it, he had a lot of participation, but it's going up north, way down south. You know, in Edison County, we couldn't do that, so we might want to set a goal of like just doing the Got the Vote Again event, especially if we're gonna be using a new software system this year, which is very possible.
And it's fun. I need to sign the contract, but I got those questions answered.
Good, you got the questions answered. So that training may be even more important since we'll have a new app, even though it's basically the same as far as door knocking and stuff, we want to make sure we can use those.
I would like for us to have one event per district, including the 8th in this one though. With rainwater. Preferably all of our top of the ticket candidates. As we are sponsoring the top of the ticket
So one get out the vote event, training event
in every district.
I had signed up again for the Elkhart County Fair.
Okay.
To that, it's an option. One more districts. Let's see if they, reply to me this year.
I would also like to have video content that we produce in the podcasting space. Chris Spangle's space, candidate interviews.
Okay.
I want to consider it political because I want it to be something that they can use.
It's still marketing.
It's a little bit of both,
It is 100% marketing. And it goes into social media
It's not-
and or political.
but it's not marketing, that's marketing.
It's them marketing them. It's not something we'll be putting out. It's something we're producing for them. So we'll be asking that it'll be about the topics that are relevant to their campaign.
To your point though, do we want to put something, some sort of LPIN video and ad that we want to produce as a goal for this year?
We currently don't have a marketing plan whatsoever.
We have one that was kind of presented,
Not to-
but it wasn't complete. Was it?
The only thing was SWAT.
Right.
They still give the tactical marketing plan, not so much an overall brand.
Yeah.
Alright. So I heard under communications, execute the overall marketing plan.
I shared the link to the story, package that they did on the convention, it's in the Facebook chat, so people share on your socials or your county social.
Thank you.
I made it easy.
What are the individual, what I'd like to hear is the individual goals for each count or for each district. What do you guys hope to accomplish in your districts? Let's start with number one.
Left for the state is treasury.
I already said that.
I can personally think that one that wanted to get our budget track. Because I know we've had trouble with the switch
Yeah.
over back to section one, which we're getting, where are we on our budget? So we can kind of see.
This is one. Four counties already do money, they're meeting every month and they meet every day. So I feel like they're doing a whole, my three times the best. So my goals will be in Porter and Lake counties, they have more events. We didn't get the top one festival, all it is last year, which we should have, and what I trust is what we did yesterday to get us in the top one festival. And like Maywater and anybody else who wants to join. We've done that before and it's a great event. It's a lot of people show up at the top of the festival and drop it, so it's what's a good marketing thing for us. And then Lake County, I just want to add, they have more face to do. The convention was their only face to face meeting that I want to see. And so I'm gonna try to figure out the other face to face meetings. And I know they used to do the gun shows, come through Crown Point, you know, they would do events in Lake County, they quit it in that. So I'm gonna encourage them to do it. So that would be my goal, is just to get order and make, doing more events. And Lake County more meetings. That's my goals.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. Ms. Kokolar, District 2.
I'd like for us to hold at least 3 get out the vote, events, one of the nations of the counties that is a candidate or few money. We definitely need to work to increase membership. Past Gaspard is doing a great job at holding monthly events with their first Fridays in the area. They also, they just joined the, oh gosh, what's it called? The business association.
Chamber of Commerce?
Chamber of Commerce, yeah, they just joined Chamber of Commerce, first, do so that's cool. Basically, the 3 active counties are holding their monthly business meetings, no problems. Just want to increase membership to those. And I want to at least do 2 events per county for our, top of the ticket candidates. I'm gonna see what I can do.
Ms. Avery, District 3.
Number 1, grow membership. Even in my own county, it's gotten to a small level. Do more events and invite the top of the ticket candidate, which we already have a bunch of scheduled for later this month, and I've invited Jared Lancaster. We hope to do the Allen County Fair again and Fort Wayne Pride. Those are our 2 big events of the year, and invite the top of ticket candidates. I know at Whitley County, they have an opportunity to name a day after a candidate, so they're gonna put that up to Donald Rainwater and see if they would have Donald Rainwater Day at their county fair. I think that's
Interesting. Wow.
a pretty unique thing
Yeah.
they could do, and it sounded like it wasn't that expensive, so hopefully we'll get that done.
Nice.
And maybe have them actually be out there that day. And
I would hope so.
just get the counties to be more active and reach out to contact and use the tools that we have. I've always encouraged them to send out press releases. I don't know how often that actually happens, but yeah.
I don't think outside of Allen County and District 3, I don't think we've gotten a single one.
Whitley.
No, we have never gotten one from Whitley either.
And I think some of them send to their own contacts, but it's like, use this resource that they already have.
And it looks like it's coming from them.
Yeah.
That's the thing, is it doesn't have our branding or our name on it. It looks like it comes from that candidate or that county affiliate.
I do like the templates that you have available for us, and so yeah, I think
Good.
I've used that District 3 one a lot. I think I'm kind of also.
Good.
Like if you or I have used the DeKalb County one.
Yes.
More really needs it yet, but yeah, it's just getting people to actually do the things that we need to do to grow the party, and
We're gonna. go for time.
it's potentially working.
District 4, Mr. Lundy.
A lot of my focus this year will be on Boone and Putnam, which are what's the boundary, right? They've been struggling for a while. I want to get them built up, stable, self-sufficient. Admission is I know my campaigns over, I got a little more time for any more personal touch. I'm hoping to schedule some training meetings with our affiliates to make sure they can exhibit correctly. Maybe, make sure they're setting goals correctly, whatever it is they need help with, making sure they know how to do the things they need to do, or fiscal responsibility to get the things done. That's a lot of it. We're gonna set some membership goals at our next meeting. I want to make sure all the counties have a set of goals, and then I can just kind of help remind and hold them accountable to their own goals. So that's really important to me, to make sure they set their goals and then they.
District 5, Ms. Schillix.
Some of the goals for District 5 are going to be having more meaningful and relevant communications with membership in the district to increase, rather than just a sales tactic, more of a I'd like to invite you along in this journey tactic.
Yep.
As far as a membership challenge, and invite them along to do things rather than just like, here's something you can buy, sell, a membership kind of approach. That way you're being of service to them rather than selling to them. And then I want to work with some of my more static counties or failing counties such as Delaware and Tipton, which I don't really have to communicate with anyone there. There's only 2 or 3 members in each of the counties, and Delaware had Muncie as an A1 region, there should be missing out. So I'm going to focus on trying to get membership growth up there, and then more than half closer to our San Christie Avery's region. And maybe we can find some crossover there to work to there on that. I would like to have more events where I can invite, again, using better communication,
invite surrounding counties to more active areas, like we're having an event, social event, not just like a regular business meeting. Planning one of those, I would like to be quarterly. So it's like district wide, we're trying to go to different areas and try to do something.
Nice. District 6, Mr. Lomax.
So my biggest goal is to get as many members as possible, throughout the district. That includes improving communication, between myself as a district rep and no longer a county chair with all of the county chairs in the district. You know, I'll try to re-affiliate Shelby, and then, we've got interest in Bartholomew, from one and possibly another person, so. I'm really excited to have communication outside of the affiliated counties or the people that are going dark. But I need to get those people that are going dark to come into the fray because some of them are navigators. So what I'm gonna do is lead by example. In Hancock County, we've already instituted that we're going to hold out at least a quarterly 3-hour session at our Hancock County Public Library or the courthouse annex in downtown Greenfield to do candidate callouts. As required, once we start receiving information from other counties, we will, you know, obviously I'll be coordinating to do the same thing in those counties. And those are just open callouts. Anybody that's interested, come and talk to us, and we'll have 2 or 3 representatives there to talk to people if you've got questions. So, and obviously, with that happening quarterly, I need a monthly email going out to my entire district. That was a commitment that I missed on last year. Came close, but I think I missed it by 3 or 4 months. So this year, absolutely every month, giving a communication going out to everybody.
District 7, Ms. Class.
So, I'd like to have a little bit more community organization, community outreach in our district. I found it hard to find a meeting. Luckily I did, and then, I'd like, then going forward with that, I want all the libertarians in our district to go to at least one neighborhood meeting. And just be a presence in the neighborhood as libertarians, talk to them. Show that libertarians are not just a weird figure going with them. I think that I'd like to do a book club. That may not be officially libertarian, but have liberty books that they talk about. And maybe call it Porcupine Book Club on Meetup. And that will help me learn the party a bit more and the ideology a little bit more and try and get some other people who reach.
Thank you. District 9, Mr. Kinzer.
I want to see us on 2 or 3 get out the road events. So, yes, I want to. I'd like to see us raise our membership in District 9 by at least 30 or 40 people. I go, but I'm gonna work with them to do it. I want to also need more of it throughout the district, especially non-affiliated areas, and work to affiliate at least 2 to 3 more counties within that district. Right now we're at 80.
One district there, actually.
Yeah, because we gotta be this report. But our county affiliated, our affiliated counties, I'd like to see them go to at least one meeting from on their side of their county, like we can talk about everything. We need to go to these meetings, so I'd like to see our affiliated, at least in one meeting, and get council, commissioner, and make a representative in each of these affiliated counties to keep continuing to go on with it. So that's something I will work with the chairs this year.
And I think what Ms. Class was actually referring to is like neighborhood and community organizations, not necessarily governmental. Am I correct on that?
Thinking about maybe a government watch too.
Okay. Yeah.
So we can talk about those big.
Yeah, that's a big one for Marion County. Yeah. Yeah.
That's
I mean, that's actually how Morgan County started. Essentially.
This year they passed the 35.7 million budget. That's over the and they've already raised it. It's only what should I say, third one it is now. We've already raised it $2 million more.
Okay. So those are the goals. Is there any other comments about goals for 2025 or 2024? Nope, okay, moving on to the next topic. Oh, Mr. Schick,
Quick question, did you send invites for July and September? So I was counting through that, I haven't seen them for those 2 months, and I just. Maybe I don't know. if it's-
Well, he's looking at that. One thing I recently noticed, if you're looking for you, hey, how are we gonna schedule this, because Zoom wasn't really working out. Because we're on Google now, again, Google Meets, you can schedule your monthly district meetings.
yes, you can.
And it will put it on the calendar and send out reminders.
Mhm.
I've not actually held the first meeting yet, so I hope the video and everything works
Yep.
great, but I just want to remind everybody that that is an option. It might be very helpful.
It does, and if it's being done by you through your district email, it doesn't have the time cap on it because we are on a paid tier.
That's what I was getting at.
So you can use it.
We would go like 29.
Yeah. So it is a paid thing, so you can do multiple hours on it.
And it allows you to set up a recurring meeting.
Yes.
So to put it all.
Yep. It doesn't have the broadcast and recording that we need for the state party, otherwise we would ditch Zoom.
And we don't need that. first.
Yeah.
September is listed as the SCCD in the fall party. I put it in this July was for some reason tacked on the wrong calendar, so I moved it over to different dates, so you should get those. notifications.
Idiot.
Thank you.
Okay, 2025 convention proposals. They're in the binder, or not in the binder, they are in the drive, excuse me. But I'm going to ask each person, and please, guys, let's hit the salient details. Let's not give colorful added items to it. Let's just hit the strokes, what the costs are, what everything is, what it boils down to. Because we're running out of time. So I'm going to start with, I'll start with Mr. Lundy for the Hendricks County pitch.
Okay, we had originally looked at this phase, when we came to Fishers, but COVID delayed the building of the hotel. The hotel like 100 feet, maybe 250 feet from the convention center. It's actually in an open air mall in Plainfield, so it's very close to the I-70, so it's easily accessible. I like the space, it's should absolutely meet our needs. They weren't actually able to close food and all, this is all inclusive, right? Cause I didn't look at it too deep. But it looked to me like it met our 13. And Friday night was, what, $6,000? I'm looking at them right now, because I don't remember the numbers. Had a lot going on, so.
Almost.
Yes.
Yeah, and then, Saturday all day was like 94, let's call it 10. And then Sunday, all in was gonna be like $2,000. So that's 17,000 for the entire convention. That includes food, AV, all the extras, like all in one place.
I, as an item for yours, I would not want to do the Friday event at the CRG Event Center. It's way too expensive for that. And we did reach out to the hotel about using the space there or doing some other event. I know that the vice chair has some ideas about doing, especially since it's an off year, about doing something that's more of a social fun event that still has the officer discussions, but isn't, you know.
And that's the point I would make about Plainfield in general engagement itself. There are probably twice as many places to eat as there are in our district location. And there are dozens of options to have fun Friday night social events or whatever in the area. It's not good because it's in a mall and it's literally located by just a whole ton of stuff. It's over by like the Plainfield Targets and all that stuff. So there are tons of options. And what I like about it is the flexibility of we can use the event space in the local hotel, which would be perfect for like a Friday night event or even our Sunday event if that's much cheaper. Or we can use CRG if it's a presidential year and we're gonna take sponsors. So that we have a much more professional looking Friday night space like we had this year. We have those kinds of options. So I like the flexibility of it and the easy location.
Questions for Mr. Lundy, Ms. Avery?
Well, it's not for him, I'm just thinking, how much was our Friday night event this year? Which I know it's not-
Actually, hold on, I can tell you. So the official bill or the estimate that I got For the location, the venue was $2,509.13.
Not including the bar.
Yeah. I kind of want us to be that, to be like everywhere we go to for the next 4 or 5 years. Good job, Ms. Schillings.
Yeah.
I looked at it again and it's a package. It's an open bar per head count. And if they want something more than that, the BOE that I signed is $2,500. So if they want more than that, they can take us to damn court. I got Mark Rutherford.
Right. Wasn't really surprised.
And I had forgotten because it's such a not realistic thing to ever hear that literally when it was shouted out, I actually did. I had chest pains because I was like, we're bankrupt. I was like wanting to run over and knock drinks out of people's hands. No.
I also note that Friday night pricing is for 75 attendees,
Yeah.
and that includes the food. So that drives up the price considerably. If we're scheduling smaller, and down to use energy.
It might, but
The
What-
venue itself is what.
what I would propose on Mr. Lundy's pitch is if we were going to approve this, that it would be under the contract terms for the Sunday and Saturday event, and to leave the convention committee to organize the Friday event and to come back with a contract separate for a separate Friday event. That's what I would recommend.
Maybe you can let them explore other options for Sunday. If they can do cheaper, let's do cheaper. No?
I like the Sunday proposal and it is cheaper and it's just as an FYI, this one just for the Sunday, not including the SCC meeting, just for the breakfast is $2,400.
Yeah, and we had 70 people on the proposal, right? So
75.
with their build your own breakfast buffet. That's like $1,000.
Yeah. I mean, the proposal that they put together for it is cheaper than what ours is right now, what we are having. And it is at the same space, which is something that people have talked about, having it at the same space. And I would want to explore the Friday night being there, except for the socializer aspect of wanting to do something more immersive and fun. And the fact that it's $5,000.
Right.
That's a bit much for Friday night.
And like I said, we also, enjoy checked out this event.
Yeah.
Like nearby.
Yeah.
And it's plenty bigger for Friday night.
The room rates, unblocked, there were $175 a night plus government theft. But that's without a room block.
Right.
We haven't heard back from there yet. Yeah. Oh, that's all we ever refer to it as. Even when we put out the emails, it says government theft. Any questions for Mr. Lundy about his Hendricks County proposal? Actually, the one thing that I had was, question, Mr. Lundy, were there open dates for this or was it only for that weekend?
I talked to them, they said basically all of March and April were. Their big time, I think it's gonna be in May to do a lot of problems.
Okay. Okay. I have an idea for that, that we can come back to. Mr. Kinzer, District 9, your Monroe County pitch, sir.
A little bit higher, of course, for everything that we got at the Monroe County Convention Center, Friday night, welcome reception for 75 people. We're early and everything. Saturday will be same buffet, 150 up to 150 people. Third center thing, the bar, gas bar, security, all that. And then Sunday, before breakfast and breakfast. Including audio, which was right now 75, so around 20,000 for the whole thing, but I think it can come down.
I did look at the AV thing and the AV package is standard on the equipment. It's the labor is the extra $2,800 is the labor. And if they're saying they have to be there to do the thing because it's their equipment,
Maybe it's to be on phone and see, would just get what's, like Chuck, for example, or, I remember about there on that, he would just show how this is operated. And we would be able to do it, we just have to rent the machines itself. But we have to do it. You know,
Madam Vice Chair, go ahead.
Mr. Kinzer, if Chuck runs the AV.
I was using him as an example,
If Chuck runs the AV or somebody runs the AV, do we still need to pay that labor cost?
The way I understand it is that we would only pay them to show us how to do it, we would operate. We would-
They do the initial setup. That's what we do.
Yeah.
before. We have somebody come and set it all up.
I will say
We
there
pay-
was an option of not using.
Let's not do the crosstalk. Let's please, Rick, to be recognized. I'm going to answer Mr. Lundy's question, and then I've got Ms. Schillings and then Madam Vice Chair. For the forum, we do actually pay close to $700 for the AV labor, just the labor on that. Then there's the equipment packages, which are the things like the projectors, the screens. They require us to use their microphones and their mic stands. All of those things are built out. The total AV budget for this convention was $1,949. Was the total cost for that. When you talked to me about it before, you'll remember that I said for Bloomington, the AV package is going to be somewhere between $3,000 and $5,000 because it is also a union location. So when they say your guy can do it, they're still billing you for the labor. Your guy can do it because he knows your system and he knows your branding and your bug and your lower thirds and everything else and has access to wherever you want to broadcast it. Our dude still has to sit there in the chair because it's Bloomington. So when I looked at that and I saw that and I saw that the budget number was labor, I think that's the actual fixed cost.
He sent me one before that. $1,300, and then when I said, well, I need to add this extra piece, and then all of a sudden it jumped to $5. He's like, we just need to talk more when you guys can get more information.
Yeah.
So he's like, that's the numbers change, and you can go on Martin's website and you can get each individual piece. They don't do it in packages. They do it in each individual piece, each one and pay for that.
The other thing that
To add to, though, I always want to say, I do want to say the hotel room. So a hotel room is there at the courtyard at the convention center are $230,000.
plus government theft.
That was the discount. That's one.
And that is the discounted rate. The closest, and there are other hotels that are walkable. That are nearby. Being from Bloomington, I've stayed in a lot of those hotels before. They're roughly around the same price. The cheap hotels are much further away. And are definitely not walkable, but that's going to be, as a rewards member, I can go to the Graduate and get it for like $225 a night plus government theft. And so it's not cheap. Hotel rooms are expensive in Bloomington downtown. So that is something to consider. Mr. Lomax.
Something else to consider is hotels in Bloomington in March. And also in March.
Because of graduation.
More basketball.
Basketball.
Oh,
Yeah.
Also during question.
Oh, I am so sorry, Ms. Schillings, Ms. Schillings.
Going to clarify, because sometimes, again, in union shop, I'm just gonna solidify that, but you have in front of it.
Okay.
Union fee sometimes are non-negotiable, it's a union shop.
So when I was sitting in the DC meeting, they were talking and it was Chicago. And when they put up the budget for AV and tech, and I went, as somebody who has produced films in Chicago, I can tell you that that's not the actual number. And I had Dustin say, what's the union fee? And then they asked, it's $120,000 add-on. That was not listed. Yeah. And I've been involved in projects in Chicago where that's where you didn't know until you got the bill. Because there's just a little asterisk that says plus union fees. And then the union bills you separately, but it's on the same invoice. Yeah, but yeah, that is a point. Did you have something else you wanted to ask? No, any other questions is your hand? No, okay, you're stretching. For Mr. Kinzer about Monroe County. As chair, I would recommend, my recommendation to this body, I like the Bloomington proposal, but I am very concerned with it being an off year. I would like to see that in a bigger year, preferably the year that I'd actually really like to see it would be the next presidential year. Because they do have a really good facility. And it would, if we had presidential candidates coming, we could get the largest campus in the state, get the students interested in that. We could do a thing with the Friday night could be a student campus call out thing. I don't know, having been involved with off-year conventions, this is it looks like it's going to be a, $19,000 to $22,000 convention for an off year. And that's a very financially scary thing for me to consider.
The only thing I would. When I was in Gene and. Regardless of what we're going on today, I'm still gonna find a way to work with you and find exactly what our needs are in the last one.
Yep.
To see what we can do.
Yeah. And maybe something for the 26th, but since we're picking today, we need to go off the numbers that we have today and the proposals we have today. So is there any discussions about, we'll call it Hendricks County and Monroe County, Mr. Lomax?
Did we cover what the full cost of our convention this year was for?
So for everything, minus, because I pay for that. I pay for the SCC meeting. Everything all in was $25,248.59.
And Danny's is about 18,000.
Danny's is minus the Friday night. Danny's is $11,387.68 for Saturday and Sunday.
$2,000 for the Friday night edition.
Oh, for this year, this year, the Friday night was about 2,500, 22,000. $11,000 to $15,000. So yeah, I'd say we're probably looking at a $15,000. Now that doesn't include the cost of speakers and travel and things like that. That's going to be a little bit more, but also in an off year. So we're not gonna break the bank to try to bring people in to speak or do anything. So yeah, you're probably, my guess would be high end 18,000, high end. If it was the Hendricks County proposal.
Mr. Kinzer also doesn't include Friday night.
It does. Yeah.
I've been typing. I'm trying to figure out the difference. Apples.
The difference is it's 5,000,
5,000
cheaper than where I.
Okay.
That's the.
If you did all 3 days. If you did all 3 days, they're about 6,000 cheaper.
6,000. Okay, thank you.
And if you do not 3 days and you only do the 2 days, then it's going to be significantly cheaper, because I think our Friday night event will cost $2,000, not $5,000.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Friday night, not the one.
No separate catering,
Cash bar.
Ms. Kokolar.
I'm speaking in favor of the Hendricks location. I think that this location being at the mall, right? It's high visibility, people will be able to see us. And I think that's good, and the cost is great, and the amount of places to eat and stay also is the right way, so.
Wait. Yes, Mr. Lomax.
So that statement in my sentence reminds me exactly of another concern. Do they have dedicated parking for the venue that we're going to be at that will be sufficient?
There is plenty of.
Okay. It's not just mall
No.
parking?
No.
Okay.
Ms. Schillings.
In the same parking lot.
Mr. Lundy, hold on one second. Ms. Schillings.
There is a large dedicated lot that's not essentially attached to the mall. Just for parking to the venue and to the hotel, there's no hotel parking, there's a bigger lot with nothing in it, but people from the mall can park there, but it's the very back where nobody actually goes. And then most people park there to go.
Ms. Alexander.
If you just Google the Payfield Mall, if you just Google aerial search, it's got more parking than the Greenwood Mall. And more food options.
Hold on, Danny. Hold on, Danny. Mr. Schultheis.
I'm not familiar with this particular location, but CRD is again, restaurant group. They own like that doesn't really more restaurants around. And I also do all the catering for my employers. Restaurants, and it seems like it's a very compelling bid for.
Mr. Lundy.
It's just funny, because I keep forgetting, like, we've been there next door to around that night. It's what they call an open air mall, so there's multiple buildings, some of it looks like a little strip mall, but there's streets that go through the mall, it's not like a big giant building like Greenwood or Castleton. It's a big, what they call a walking
Yeah,
mall, and
streets.
it's like fountain in the middle of this thing, and the whole thing is a giant theater multiplex there.
It's like a campus.
So that's why there's tons of parking and also things to do. Right, because it is wide open.
Like the movie theater there when it first opened was amazing.
What's that?
The movie theater.
Yeah.
That when it first opened was freaking amazing.
Oh, it's still amazing.
No, I know when I went there.
The event space is right across from the movie. It's on that end of the mall.
I actually booked that theater for a couple of screenings because it was so nice and they were, they had so many screens they could do it too. Which, never mind. I want to do an event there. I just remembered something else. Yeah, for us. Yeah, we did it. We did that. Ms. Schillings.
Location, only because it is centrally located in the state as well, and I think it'd be easier for people from the northern side of the state to get there, less travel time for everybody.
Mr. Chair, I make the motion to approve these reminders, Saturday and Sunday. Approve him.
Based on previous analysis, working with CRG to finalize the content. To make sure it, like, really pour over, should have everything we want.
I would recommend a motion to authorize the chair to initiate contracts for Hendricks County location with a convention committee budget of, this is at this rate, I would add $5,000 to it for the start of the convention committee budget. So for, let's just say up to 16,000. All contracts and agreements to be approved by the SEC and signed by the chair. Did you get that? Mr. Lomax, did that unclench you?
Yeah.
Okay. Libby, do you still want to second that? Or Miss Glass, do you want to second that? You've broken me.
So Alexander moves to authorize the chair to initiate contracts for the Hendricks County location with convention committee budget up to 16,000. All contracts to be approved by the SEC and signed by the chair.
Before to execute the contracts for Saturday and Sunday events, not for Friday. Ms. Schillings.
I mean, I'm not to include negotiation for Friday, that location or another, should it be needed.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like to me, if you initiate contracts with a location,
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. If I don't add in those words,
Yeah,
you're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. So it's been moved and seconded. This will require a roll call vote. And immediately after the roll call vote, I'm gonna say something else. Never mind. Are you ready, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Alexander,
Aye.
Schultz, Secretary Schultz votes yes, Treasurer Schultz.
Aye.
So the full record is not here, Secretary Gabe.
Aye.
Tom's Director Smith,
Aye.
B1 Schick,
Yes.
B2 Kokolar,
Yes.
B3 Avery,
Yes.
B4 Lundy,
Aye.
B5 Schillings,
Yes.
B6 Lomax, B7 Glass.
Yeah.
B9 Perdue.
Yes.
Count. Oh, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
my count 14 votes.
I would also, this is not a motion, this is not an official thing, but I would like to ask the convention committee to schedule the convention between March and April to be open to both. Because it is an off year, we do not need to have it that close. We don't have to have it early for candidate stuff. We don't have to have it early for the national convention. But I would also like them to finalize the date before the end of this month. And to report back with a contract for the chair to sign by the end of the month. At least for the main event. Michelle's. Oh, yes, but that would be bringing it for the chair to sign, which would mean then I would be presenting it to the SEC for signature. I'd be asking them to authorize me to sign it. With that, any objection to taking a 10-minute recess for potty breaks and appetizers? Okay, hearing no objection, we are in recess for 10. Any objection to a 15-minute break? No objection to 15. Okay, cool. So we'll be back at some time. It's 3. 3:08. Yeah. Thank you. Math. No.
You can have this one when you get back.
We are still recording and broadcasting. Please do bear that in mind. We're back to order. The time is 3:09. Please take your seats quietly. Okay, the next item is the budget, which you guys have in front of you. Some of the increases or changes to the budget, we didn't have the PO box listed in here before. So I put the PO box and it's annualized, so it's broken down over the month, even though we pay it. It's one payment that we pay. A lot of those things we break up by those months. Added in a candidate recruitment and candidate support, both in a budget increase or a revenue stream and then a expense. Changing, made some additions in technology to change the social platforms that includes both Canva. We have Canva Teams, which is where we're doing a lot of the design, and then template holds are there. With that and switching to Buffer, like I said before, Buffer does by channel instead of by user. So that actually lowers that cost. The CRM project, that includes a couple of things. That's the current, we're paying our $250 a month for our maintenance and service. It's the monthly fee that we have to pay because we didn't pay for the full deployment all at once. We broke the second payment up into monthly payments. And so that continues for a few more months. But also a DreamHost hosting account for when we start onboarding the counties, we have an email server space for them that, as much as I love Mr. Schultheis, if Mr. Schultheis was to be hit by a bus or to decide to move to Florida, which you're not doing, we would have the email server here. So this is now basically having our own DreamHost account for the parties so that we don't have to rely on Mr. Schultheis to give us space on his server account. So that's built into that. Those are the major changes. There's some other additional adding printed materials for the election towards the election period in case we want to do some handouts or get some door hangers that we can then have multiple candidates on. That way we can have state and federal and local candidates on it done by the state party. Mr. Schultheis did point out that the price that we had previously listed, or the budget line that we had previously listed for the printer was low and was closer to the minimum that we were being charged. And we actually exceed that every time we do the convention plan, the convention programs. And whenever we do the newsletters, we go over that. So we've increased that because we are going to do the printed 94 Society monthly mailings and the quarterly newsletters to everyone, which have been a big hit and did bring money back in, as a matter of fact. We more than paid for that mailing just by people coming back and donating to us. So, Mr. Schultheis, go ahead.
Are we keeping the PO box and we're exploring this?
I think that it would be prudent of us to not get rid of the PO box. One, we don't have to change any of our address information anywhere. And two, what if in 6 months we don't like them or don't want to be there? We still have the mailbox, which is only, it's less than $300 a year. I think it's what, $246 or something. I think it's prudent to keep the mailbox. Mr. Schick.
And just part of maintenance, but we've got 1994 society revenue. I'm actually looking at the cost of the revenue. 1,300 to 2,000 at the end of the year, it's more than doubling. So what drives that?
So that is based off of us hitting our goals. So the revenue portion is based off of hitting the goals over the course of the year of getting to that additional 110 monthly donors. Ms. Avery?
Was there a deposit due this last round?
It just said, the first month.
Security deposit.
Oh, in value of this, the first month, or in the same, okay, I guess that's what I was reading it. So yeah, so it'd be another 800 then.
Maybe if I missed.
Oh, that was not ripe.
Oh, yeah, they're firm strawberries.
They're more than firm. That is green in the middle.
They strike and do that.
Oh, country.
Moderately firm.
Mr. Lundy.
The total advertising and marketing budget was we got like $3,000 a month scheduled based money.
Up to.
Up to you, right? What's our current? Like, do we actually use
We-
3,000 a month?
No, we use typically between 2, maybe 25, like at the election, we did, I think it was, we did 3,000, yeah. And that's gonna be, what I want to do is I want to move into having that be contingent on a separate fund coming in so that we have that marketing budget that's being covered by people donating to it, kind of like the candidate support. Doing a program, not a segregated fund like the candidate support and the building fund, but doing something like it's like, hey, we want you to help donate to the marketing efforts, the digital marketing, so that we can capture mobile IDs. We've got pretty good data right now too. Did you have a question?
Just doing
Any other questions? Is there a motion?
I make a motion. Budget.
Okay, moved and seconded, moved by Ms. Coquillard, seconded by Mr. Kinzer. Roll call vote. Anything that spends over $1,000 is gonna be.
No, you say that, no, it's saying that. I'm like half already most of the time.
No, but I would consider that because it was
We're not really-
part of the lease. Is there, hold on one second, is there any objection to adding $800 additionally to that first month for the month of March to the office space to cover the security deposit? Is there any objection to that? Hearing none, the budget is amended to add $800 to the first month of office space. What?
This is something not shipped from the.
No, it's start the date. It's the state you start. So like our month, if we started today, this would be our. Does that make sense? So next month would be on the 3rd.
We'd wait till next week, we could probably wait for that. That's why.
Did she say that?
She did say that.
So that's what made me think
Okay.
it was on a month-to-month basis, be like, push to the 30 or something.
I thought she was saying it was whatever day we started on. So if we started on like the 7th, then the 7th is the start of our month. Hold on one second, Ms. Schillings.
But it's prorated for the remainder of this month for your start, so you'll have a half month bill initially. Or if there's a deposit and your first month starts at the.
Okay.
What I understood.
So maybe I won't spend the whole 800 the first month.
Or you spend the $800 for the deposit this month, and then you start using the office next month.
We're gonna start using it this month. I mean, me and her are gonna, we had already actually been talking about moving some of the stuff into storage, into one of my storage units so that I could have more space in my freaking house. And we were planning to do that. I'm going on vacation this week. She's going on vacation next week. The following week, we were gonna start moving stuff. So moving into the office sounds like a much better idea.
18th.
Yep,
Still $1,500 on this month.
Yeah.
For that one.
yes, you can.
Vice Chair Alexander.
Aye.
Secretary Schultz says yes. Secretary Schultz.
Aye.
Tech Hagerman.
Aye.
Communications Smith.
Aye.
D1 Schiff.
Aye.
D2 Coquillard. D3 Avery.
Aye.
D4 Lundy.
Aye.
D5 Schillings.
Yeah.
D6 Lomax.
Yes.
D7 Glass.
Aye.
D9 Kinzer. Mr. Chair.
I will vote aye.
In favor, not opposed.
Excellent. Next item on the agenda. I'm. No, because we want to put it on the date. We want to make sure everybody's doing it. However, I'm going to suggest, is everybody ready with their service Saturday dates? Is there anybody who is ready other than Mr. Schick? And Miss Avery? Okay. Mr. Lundy, you are as well?
Yeah. We're the same kind of. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Schick, what day?
I have a question.
Oh, okay.
Remember if we, that we do it on different months, when we don't really advertise it outside of our district input.
But we should be advertising. The district, we do some tailoring.
No.
We don't want the board members to have to double commit to events.
The idea was originally that if you could go, you would go to the other district's event as well. And that's why, so we only wanted to do one district per month, was so people could go and support each other's districts. That was the meaning behind it, or the hope behind that was there'd be one a month. And in the first year, I went to, I think, all of them. The first year, and after that, I was like, "You're good. You don't need me anymore."
As a statewide. Hey.
Well, we don't tell people. No, it's a secret. We will tell our members.
That's what I mean.
Okay, yeah.
Like, hey, this month we're doing.
Yep.
Whatever in this district, and come help us. if you
Yes, that is a thing, and we have not been promoting it well. But hopefully with the comms team, we can be better at that. But yeah, does that answer your question?
That is a good question.
Okay, so when do you want to do it, Mr. Check?
April.
April? District 2, Ms. Coquillard?
June 8th.
District 3, Ms. Avery?
And I can definitely take July.
Oh, Danny's fighting.
Now. September 14th.
Okay, District 4, Mr. Lundy.
You want everything?
It's gonna be a busy week for you. I thought there was something else.
Guaranteed not to be more busy than September, I promise.
Okay. District 5, Michelle Lakes. District 6, Mr. Lomax.
September.
Can't do September. Said it would have been September 14th anyway, because it's the second Saturday.
Okay, May 11th.
You're not gonna.
District 7.
We are tentatively putting together that far out, but we are on the books for Castleton in December.
December. You guys always do the Christmas wrapping. District 9.
And also, a lot to that part of it.
Do October.
We're in Denver.
Yeah, telling you guys, see, I'm all covered. Like we give you a, okay.
Second Saturday. Yeah, do a chili kickoff. It's a good idea. No, you got, no, you're right. I mean, maybe you could find a way to do it. Okay, so those are the Service Saturday schedules. Please let the comms team know as soon as you know what your event is going to be and the location for it. Please let us know so that we can put out information about it internally to the state members. Cool beans? Cool beans? Darren? Yes?
Sure, sure.
Okay. Damn it. I know.
Here in Norton,
He can smell
So
I
here,
know you're new here, but inexperienced, don't have a meltdown.
Very much.
Yeah.
in the discussions that I had with Mr. Lundy about, my bylaws proposal, that was able to fly through without amendment. he brought up a valid point about county parties. You know, my position is the right of the member to participate in the county organization when they are a state party member, and it's my job to protect the rights and privileges of the state party members. But people can be disruptive and abusive and blocking the county party from engaging its purpose, and they wouldn't be able to do anything about it because their membership rights and privileges are protected by the state party through the state party membership. So with that, in that Google folder, there is a suspension standing rules draft, essentially. It's called Suspension County is the file name. We are not actually taking this motion up today, but it would have been to amend the LPIN standing rules to add the suspension of county party participation rights and privileges. In here, what I've done is written out essentially the process for a county party to what they need to go through to suspend the privilege rights of a disruptive member. There's two classifications that I would be looking at, which is one is behavior, which is disruptive to the business of the party, and the other one is cause. Cause would be the person committed an actual criminal act. So they're slightly separate. So the actions that must be taken and documented by the county affiliate are mostly for disruptive behavior. So they could skip the parts like, how did you communicate with them about their disruptive behavior? Well, you could skip that if it's for cause type of thing. What's not written out here yet is these are the 5 things that the county affiliate would need to document. And then they would need to send a written statement to the chair, LPIN chair, with this information in it and making the official request and stating how long they want the suspension to be for. Not to exceed, I think our bylaws say 1 year. And if it is an emergency or not. And it would be up to the executive board of the SCC to determine if that emergency is warranted or not. If an emergency is warranted, then it would go to the executive board. The chair would call an emergency meeting of the executive board so that we could look at it. And if we find that it is valid, they've given us all the documentation, we would immediately suspend the person for the whatever period. If it was an emergency or they didn't request an emergency, then it would go before the entire SCC at the next scheduled meeting. The person would be notified. They have to be notified by the county prior to the meeting that they hold to suspend them. And then we would notify them for the regular SCC meeting where they could appeal that suspension. If they want to appeal, it would create a new judicial board, not committee. The judicial board would be made up of the 10 counties with the most state party members, excluding any county with an SCC member or where the conflict is. So for instance, Morgan County would not be able to sit on the board because they've got Danny Lundy. Monroe County could sit on the board. And it was if you were a chair, if the SCC member was an officer in the party. So Kristen Alexander is from Monroe County, but she is not an officer in the county party. So Monroe County could be on the board. But if the complaint was from a Monroe County member, Monroe County would not be able to sit on the board. And so the next populous county would then move in. And the ruling of that board would be final and binding.
So are the SEC members automatically on the board then?
We're not on it at all.
Because they'd be
So
pulling.
we get our say when we get the.
When we get the vote, when we get the request, we have our say. If the person wants to appeal it, appealing to us, our own decision is like
Yeah.
when the governor vetoes a bill in Indiana and it only takes a majority to override, the veto means nothing.
So what requirements do we have in this process? I didn't see any, as far as the list of 5 things required for impact statements from actually the people that are victims of it. Because my thing is, I don't want us to have carte blanche and just have a contingent of people in the county that say, this person's doing the wrong thing, and then they bring it to us and we don't ever hear from anybody else except for those people that are the contingent.
It's only the chair. Only the chair of the county can request this.
But I think that's worse. I think we should have at least 2 or 3 people that make the impact statements.
Any officer, that's right. You can't, as just a member, cannot request the suspension of any member. You don't have that authority in any capacity as it is now, because as the officers of the county party, before they can do anything, before they can request it, they had to already go through the local suspension process according to their bylaws. So their membership had to support it already.
Oh, this is a B, this is a second.
This is the second, because if I'm gonna give an example, let's say somebody is an asshole in Morgan County and they're upset with it. If, I'm gonna use his name, and I know we're recording, Shane Williams decides to join the state party, wants to come there and starts screaming and yelling at Danny at every meeting, because that's not out of the, realm of possibility. And Danny says, Evan, I can't, this is not okay. He's screaming and yelling at every meeting. He's blocking us. He's over, and it's a nightmare. And, he's a state party member. So technically we can refuse him attendance, speaking, or voting participation rights. He documents the behavior. He documents how he asked them to correct their behavior. Then documents that the county affiliate has, by a vote of the local membership, censored the member. Censured, not censored. I got it spelled wrong. Censured. Yeah. They have to document that the notice of the meeting to suspend within their bylaws was sent to the member in question. Then they have to document that that meeting was compliant with their bylaws and who voted. They have to provide the roll call. Because if I want to challenge it, or if he comes in appeals and says, hey, only 2 people were present at that meeting and quorum is 7. And then if Lundy, being the guy who doesn't want him there, puts down the names of the 5 other people who weren't there claiming they voted yes, we can call them and say, hey, were you there? And they say no, in which case we now move to remove him as chair. Does all of that make sense? Yes.
And to clarify, this came up because the bylaws changed yesterday, saying that the state party bylaws now saying, if you've been a member for 48 hours, I have to allow you to participate.
Yeah.
I don't have a choice anymore. A lot of county bylaws didn't have a mechanism for removing county party privileges. And while they don't recommend using that willy-nilly, right, but we saw on our floor yesterday at our convention, some hostility that we know for a fact is causing problems in that county. And if something like this had been in place then, maybe we wouldn't have had these problems now.
We can.
It makes me nervous to not have some sort of third party arbiter, because regardless of what we think, every single person on this board is biased in one way or the other, or can be influenced by other members of this board while we're discussing it. So for me, it's all about checks and balances. We can't just give ourselves the power to start this process and to run it from start.
We don't.
We need information, we're not.
But we're all connected with our counties. We're all direct representatives of our counties to the state board, so. I don't know, it's a very slippery slope to give that amount of power, because who's to say that the next group of people that come into the SEC is brand new aren't nefarious or aren't looking to try to topple us. or something like that to sabotage us from the inside, it's happening in other states that weren't as strong as us, but it makes me nervous to allow that sort of specific oversight in just this month.
Madam Vice Chair.
To your point, Mr. Lomax, it isn't just to us. It is at this first point. And then the member has their own right to appeal our decision if we are acting in bad faith. And at that point, then the rest of the membership has to get together and nobody on the SCC is allowed to have a vote in that. And neither is the county that the original issue took place in. So then it becomes, it's kind of hard because we're structurally thin, but we would create that secondary judiciary board that would then overrule our ruling or could.
Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, and you make a case about why specific district rep would have connections, but I mean, mostly as a board, we're not afraid to be intensive. Like if you're saying someone should be removed and I gotta agree, no.
Yeah.
And I also say, I mean, we are fiduciary. At some point, there does have to be a level of trust. I'm all for checks and balances, but if you get in a situation where your county and SCC are together on something, even if it's nefarious, even if it's in the bylaws, we've seen, like, if enough people in enough power are bad actors, there's literally nothing you can recognize. So there does come a point where you're just chasing your tail when they could just ignore it for something.
Hold on, Ms. Schillings.
To your point, I understand you don't want to have like an all powerful system that just unilaterally takes place. I think the point of the judiciary committee or
Board.
will then be nonpartisan because we will not influence that. And the people on that board is the top 10 counties obviously have enough membership to support the board. And then they are not directly connected to anything.
Outside of being underneath.
Listen, there's absolutely no way in God's green earth that you can be uninfluenced. Because even standard judicial committees, those members belong to a county and a district.
Yeah.
Their spouses sit on the regular board. Like, even the Supreme Court.
Right.
Okay, so here's the thing. Do you want something that protects the county party's rights to be able to conduct their business? That also protects the state party members' rights to ensure that they're not being steamrolled by an abusive tyrant county chair, Mr. Lundy? Or do you want to just say, we're not going to deal with it at all? And then when the situation arises in Morgan County, they don't know what to do and they become angry because their response to me is, I can't operate with this guy here. And what I have to say as the state chair is suck it up, Cupcake. Because there's no process. So do we want to live in a world that doesn't actually exist, that's perfect and there's absolutely no bias? Or do we want to create a system that at least gives each side the ability to say something? And if people don't trust us to manage it, then we shouldn't have been elected to the board. Mr. Lundy and then Mr. Hagerman.
Real quick, just to address your specific takeover example and concern. This actually helps with that though.
Yeah.
Because what happens is toxic people come in, they chase the good people away, now they're in control.
Mhm.
And that happens over and over again, and that's how you end up with the toxic board at the top.
Mhm.
This protects against those sort of attacks.
Well,
Like, and remember, this is not initiated by the FCC. This is initiated by county in crisis or trouble.
So what would, if this were to happen today, what would be the top 10 counties population wise that would represent the SCC?
Rico would.
It's not represented on the SCC. It's where their chair is not.
Okay,
So right now, it's a big-
Yeah.
Or an officer, we
Yeah.
said officer.
Do we want to make it just
I
officer?
think it should be any
Okay.
officer.
I think that's fair.
Marion.
Yes,
Hamilton, Morgan.
Monroe.
Oh, right.
No, Morgan couldn't. Hamilton
That's what
couldn't.
I'm saying. Those three are all.
Yeah, so Marion, Monroe could do it.
Hancock.
Hendricks,
Alan?
I'm an officer, so.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
I know, I'm just saying, like,
You have to come down the list. but
Yeah.
that's what we would do.
but that, and that's the idea, right? It's people that we don't necessarily interact with on a regular basis.
That's why.
As a whole body, and I do like that aspect of it.
Well, so the chair
It's
part,
not done, we're having a discussion.
Right.
or the part that I had that I was thinking, when I specifically was thinking chair, but it should be officer, is if you were sitting on this board now and we make a vote to do something, it is inappropriate for you to be part of the appeal process. Okay, so that's already baked in. However, yes, the vice chair is a member in Monroe County, but she doesn't serve on the board in Monroe County. Is she going to go to Sydney Bloom, the county chair, and say, hey, listen, that person's an SOB, you should totally get rid of them? Maybe. But we do it all the time.
Nobody did.
Concerned about doing the same things with more, in the end, more.
Organization.
If you will.
Yeah.
I mean, I think this is a suspension being triggered by a county party. And it has oversight by us too, because here's the other thing. If Morgan County lies or misrepresents it, that to me triggers a move to revoke membership, or to remove, we have the authority to remove a county officer. So it's a much bigger, you abuse this system as a county party, we're gonna remove you. Mr. Secretary. Oh, you were, I am so sorry, Mr. Hagerman. You didn't have your hand back up, so I forgot, I'm sorry.
So is the county suspension process universal or?
No. It's county by county.
Because the thing that I hear more than what Mr. Lomax was hearing is I joined a local party.
Mhm.
And the chair has a problem with me
Mhm.
because we work at the same place for some very reason. And they started using me. Can I call this meeting to have them?
If you have that problem as a member, you can come to the SCC or your district rep
Oh.
and file a complaint that way. And then it's my job to stand up for,
We can remove.
I have to stand up and speak for your rights as a state
So
party
you're
member.
protected by this body.
Yeah.
The chair is protected by the
County.
And we both oversee each other one way or the
Yep,
other.
yep.
And
So if he's bullying you,
then you're start.
I'm gonna tell him, no, I wouldn't move to suspend you. I would tell him, if you're having a problem with him, do this, these are your 5 steps, and then write this letter and send it to me. And we'll take it before, if it's an emergency, we'll deal with it right now. If it's not an emergency, the next SEC meeting will take care of it.
I think that sounds like a good process.
Can we extend the time without?
Yeah.
Can I address?
Mr. Schultz, or Mr. Secretary?
My understanding is no action is being taken on this. And
No, yeah.
I would like to call for order today.
Okay. So the conversation on this is dead, but you guys have the document. Make a copy of it. Please don't edit this one. There are no edits. I turned off editing on these files. So please, in your mouth, buddy, in your mouth. So please, make a copy of it, make some edits, scratch out some ideas. And then we're going to revisit this at the next SEC meeting. Okay. Are there any announcements? Yes, Ms. Coppola.
So, me and Will will be back down here in Indianapolis on Tuesday, for the, state agriculture, Department of Agriculture sponsors pet nutrition and medical seminar. It's the first ever. It's gonna be taking place in the Wabash Rivers in the Development Center South, Tuesday, March 5th, 2024. So we've invited all the agencies, institutions, organizations, associations, legislative body, just to discuss the pet nutrition and medicine in Indiana. So there's 50 spots available, first come, first serve. But yeah, everybody's in the room.
What room is it?
Wabash rooms 1 and 2.
Mr. Lomax.
So as I mentioned earlier, Hancock County has a 10-day call out, and it's a 3-hour session from 4 to 7 at Hancock County Public Courthouse Annex in downtown Greenfield, Indiana. Anybody that wants to come and to help us drum up candidates and answer questions would be greatly appreciated.
What date?
It's May, March 28th. 24.
Mr. Hagerman.
I would just like to ask that you pass along the very, thanks to the board of all this help.
Yes.
No.
Thank you.
Absolutely. It's the only thing that he will do. He won't even come out and vote. Any other announcements? Okay, is there a motion to adjourn? I'm gonna take it by Mr. Kinzer. Is there a second?
Second.
I will second Mr. Hagerman. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. We are adjourned at 3:45. Which is like only 30 something minutes over.